good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Thanks for joining in. How are you guys doing tonight? How is everybody? I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and tonight the weather stinks. However, if we that doesn't stop us from enjoying astronomy, enjoying astrophotography, talking about new gear, talking about what gear we'd like to have, and how can we get rid of clouds on a whim. Always open to suggestions whenever anybody wants to get rid of some clouds. If you have a great harebrained scheme, let me know. Let me know. Astro Caller. Sorry I haven't been on for a while. No worries. No worries. It's all good. Good to see you back, though. Good to see you in here. James Vade. It is going well. It's going very well. Lux. Good evening to you. Good to see you in here as well. Good to see you guys. Too many clouds. There are way too many clouds. This is ridiculous. Tomorrow, like last night, was supposed to be clear to a degree, and the weather kept getting pushed back for me, and it wasn't until about 1 in the morning when things were clear, and at that point I was dead tired. I wanted to do a stream, but it just didn't work out. Raining for you, Lux. Kenny 4091, happy Friday. Welcome in, welcome in. Tomorrow is clear. Last night was, but I chose a bottle of red. That's good too. That's not a bad bit. There are some days when you just gotta... You can't let the clouds control us all the time. That's good. That's alright. I think I had a little bit of a nice little Speyside whiskey last night after work, and in an attempt to try and make sure I had a bit of a nap before things, but it just didn't work out. His plans didn't work out. Tomorrow night, however, it's looking to be clear. So rainy day astronomy might be pushed back on our regular Saturday schedule, which is great. I'm happy to do that. And the weather right now, as of a minute ago, it looks like we're having clear skies starting at about maybe even 6 o'clock. So I will try to get things rolling as soon as possible on tomorrow night, but it looks like it is hopefully being clear from at least 8 o'clock until 4 in the morning. So even if we don't do a stream for that long, we'll plan it out that we'll pick a target and get some imaging ready, and then maybe Sunday afternoon will be a afternoon rainy day astronomy session. We'll see how it goes. We'll play it by ear. It's I'm pretty confident that there isn't going to be an exact schedule all the time. I think Saturday is like my main. We're gonna have a stream that day at least. So, and hopefully the weather's gonna clear up. You know, it's been cloudy. I know everybody's been chomping at the bit to be able to get some imaging time done, and we've had so few breaks in the clouds. Any plans for today? Rough plans. I figure we'll kind of let the chat kind of dictate where the conversation goes, and maybe we will kind of jump into Universe Sandbox or go for a bit of a tour in Space Engine. Of which, with Space Engine, I think I am going to upgrade on that as well in the next few weeks, because there are other upgrades that I want to do, and it includes having Space Engine, the latest version, as a tool to be able to execute these next bits of plans for the stream. So we'll look to see how that goes in the coming weeks. And also, what I want to find out is I watched my VOD from Wednesday, and my audio seemed off. Do I look out of sync at all? Does it look fine? Because I did switch up a couple of options on the audio here. The audio is off. Ark, how you doing? All right. Do you see my hands clap or hear them first? Audio's a bit hollow. See first. Clap was after. Let's see. is 312. Okay. So I randomly watched TV while making lunch, and a documentary on the Voldemort scope is playing on national TV. Astronomy is popping off. All right. How about now? Lux says 0 delay. Sound was after. Clap was after again. See, I did my recording. I recorded it and watched things. It's better, but the sound was after. Alright, so... For me, it's no delay. Too much low, and a slight synthetic-y robotic quality on top. It's weird as your lips are in sync. Well, it's not much of a clapping stream anyway. If my lips are in sync... Does it seem alright now? If I speak slowly, does everything look good? Sing a song, boy. Now it's just lag and error 3000. Oh. You know, sometimes it pays to... no appreciable delay between video and voice, just the quality of the voice. Have I switched off any of my filters? I blame the clouds. I blame the clouds too. Hang on. Let me try and get my ambient tone fixed up here. Okay. Is that any better? I don't know. I've been trying to fix things up here, and if it's more to kind of get rid of any background tone of like fans or heaters being on, or just any other stuff happening in within this, you know, the studio space, which can be full of all sorts of appliances and fun things like that. Speak slowly, sing a song. What kind of song? I don't know what any songs off the top of my head. All right. Wade Prunty, how are you doing? Your audio sounds good on my end. I'm just getting a lot of buffering and lag. Yeah, it's it could be the noise gate as well. That could be it. Playing around with that as well. Yeah, sometimes the buffering comes out from here with a problem with the system itself, and I don't know what at this point I'm not sure what it is. If I have to actually replace a piece of hardware, but it's like the laptop doesn't lend itself well to being tinkered with. 17? Is that how we go with your name? Have you done any radio astronomy? I have not. I have not done that. All right. I have also made sure that I ran a 90-second commercial at the beginning of this stream, so if you do have to refresh, you shouldn't be inundated with a commercial for at least the next half an hour. And it's what I've tried to do to at least counteract this error that keeps happening. So those who are not subscribed to the channel, you don't have to sit through a commercial. So hopefully that works out for you guys. Can you mute the noise gate and see what that does? Let's see. Maybe I don't even need that. All right, how about that? Is that any better? I've turned off the noise gate. So that should be... Maybe I don't need the noise gate on here. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. How many Piper peppers could Peter Piper pick? Maybe put up some cardboard walls to soundproof it. Maybe. Possibly. Putsy! 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 How are you guys doing tonight? Well, the synthetic robot quality's decreased. Excellent. Good. Putsy, how are you doing, dude? Good to see you in here. Putsy fam. Caffeine Daydream. Hyperwork. Hey, Lux, you're here twice. Good to see you guys in here. How are you doing? How are you guys doing tonight? Good to have you guys in here. Mojo Jojo. Falling asleep. I could see that you were falling asleep earlier. Dude, get some sleep. Get some rest. Appreciate the raid. Thank you very much. Welcome in, guys. For those who are new with things, I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And I like to bring you images, live images of outer space when the skies are clear. However, tonight that is not the case. We are loaded up with clouds. And it's just not in our favor. Are your sound clipping though? My audio is not anymore. You're tired as all heck, but you dislike sleeping during the day. That's true. It's 4:20 somewhere. There you go. You need coffee desperately. Well, I got some coffee here. You're about to head to bed? No worries. Putsy, get some rest. Get some shut-eye. Refresh. Be ready for the next round of things. Thank you very much to the raid, dude. Appreciate it very, very much. Always good to see Putsy fam coming in here. Hey, bud, can you pick up a 2-4 and a Mickey for the stag, and maybe a few beaver tails and some Timbits and Timmies too, eh? It's good. Work. Is that alright? Maybe a little too south, a little too much of Boston in there. Because I'm thinking about coffee. It's 7 minutes from 4:20 somewhere. That's true. Alright. Putsy, have a good one. Alright, sounds good, bud. Smoke a couple of darts, too. Yes, so you can see the sky glow. You can see the clouds are just... The town lights are just lighting everything up. It's no good. We're 69 seconds into the raid. It's 4:20, almost 4:20 somewhere. If you like that kind of stuff. Oh, sorry, didn't see you there, eh? You all right? Mind if I buy you a Timmy's and make up for it? Yeah, that'd be fine. I always hear people bad-mouthing Tim Hortons now. No. It's supposed to do that. I like the social aspect. Well, I liked the social aspect of Tim Hortons. It was always fun to just meet up for a quick coffee, or that's your first stop on a road trip, wherever you're going to be going. And then that's the midway point of the road trip when you have to get out for a pee break. And then that's where you go to pick up coffee to bring to whoever you're going to visit. And then that's the next. There's at least easily 6 coffees in a day, depending on the quality of your road trip. But usually when we are taking images of the night sky, we have, some interesting shots like the tadpoles in this nebulous region in the constellation of Auriga. And areas like this are wonderful to look at because it is a massive structure. It's these areas of nebulosity are the tadpoles when they're about 10 light years in length themselves. So these are huge clouds of molecular gas and dust that are in this star forming region. And where are my notes on this one? If only Timmy's existed in the EU. There are a few in Scotland. There's a couple in Scotland. I've been to 2 of them. And it's the same, but it's different. It's really weird. I think it ultimately comes down to whatever the water is. So it's almost a bit of a regional taste. I've heard it's gone slightly downhill after Burger King bought them. I've heard that as well. I think that's always it's going to be things are never the same when somebody else buys a company, and sometimes it's for the worse. Other times they may not make out too bad with things. But it's also been a long time since I've had Tim Hortons. So, computer, don't be terrible. Come on back. I don't care much for names though. Just give me good coffee and I'm set. I'm the same way. I used to be all about Tim Hortons, and that's all it was. That's the only coffee. But after I started working across the street from a coffee roaster, that daily they're roasting their own beans of different flavors, different strengths, and different regions. There's all sorts of wonderful flavors of coffee that just helps keep you going. So not so much that it could be much of a coffee snob, but it's just interesting to try different blends, different roasts as well. Now sometimes it's fine. I settle for some instant coffee sometimes, because I don't want to have to rinse out the French press afterwards. At least with this way, I just I'll rinse out my mug. And we're on our way. Right, so the tadpoles that we were looking at right now, just a quick little bit of information on this nebulosity. If I have time, I bring out the press. Yes, same. And if when tomatoes are in season, when they're growing them in the garden, always with the French press. Throw those coffee grounds in there for some extra nutrients, and it's fantastic. Yes, sorry. I'll jump over to the A-pod in a second. I have to reset my screen. Hey, Hyperwork, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that, dude. Welcome into the observatory. Thank you so much for joining our community. Glad to have you in here with us. So this area that we were looking at, and now I've lost my... What have I done? Hello? Oh, well, that's fine. Hello, OBS. A follow is in order. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's right. This area that we were looking at, the tadpoles, this was a 10-minute exposure that we took, and it's with this little telescope that's out in the back garden. It's an 8-inch reflector scope that is currently hidden underneath my Telegizmos 365 cover, which has done a fantastic job of keeping things safe and dry outside, and pretty much the worst weather that I've had in quite a while. We had 43-mile-an-hour wind gusts the other day, and at most his mustache got a little crooked. And yeah, it worked out well. So that's the scope that we use. It is always widely on display when we have the cover off. But this was one of our images of the Tadpole Nebula. It is about 12,000 light years away, 100 light years across. And those, like I said, those tails, excuse me, pointer. Those tails are 10 light years in length and are areas of star forming regions. So the areas that you kind of see, like these little clouds that are kind of pulling away, that are separated, those are cooling down. Eventually those can start to coalesce and become a protostar. And then eventually if the conditions are correct and the gravity is sufficient, that it's going to start to compress and heat up and eventually form its own star. And then eventually you can start to begin to form protoplanets around that star. And it can be a very interesting area for the development of the solar system. And when you're looking at stellar nurseries, they're softer looking. They have a bit of grace to them. Whereas when you're looking at a supernova remnant, like the Crab Nebula, there's much more. It's harsh. It's sharper looking. It's there's more. It's a little more violent and more aggressive, because that is just the death of a single star. Just drop the tarantula in your Discord, something you probably can't see from the Northern Hemisphere. Cannot see the tarantula at all. Do not. We pushed hurricane strength last night, so I believe you. It was. I don't know if you can. If you can see. Hey, music, come back. I added a couple extra supports on the tripod. Now, not that I think that it would actually do anything, but I just wanted to be sure that that everything was going to be nice and stable. And you're just across in the North Sea. Hello. Not that far away. No. There's like 8,000 places I want to go back and visit once air travel is reinstated and things start to go a little less haywire out there. So yeah, the Crab Nebula is a supernova remnant, whereas the Tadpole Nebula that we were looking at is a star-forming region. So there is a little more grace to those areas, whereas supernovas are very violent ends to a star's life, which create a a different type of pattern in the night sky. That's right, a image from Arctufus on Discord there. Let me get this back up there. Now, for those of you who are not on the Discord, if you do want to join in, it is !Discord. We'll bring that up in the chat, and yeah, we'll post some images of what we've shot during the nights, and other people who have done some processing on images. You share them up there as well, and just see some cool stuff in the night sky. I didn't really post an upcoming notification on this stream because I wasn't quite sure how things were going to go, as last night was a bit of a bust, and I figured tonight let's just see what happens. Have some fun, and like I said, maybe blow up a planet or two. We'll jump into Universe Sandbox to just play with some physics a little later. I tried to get the Crab Nebula, and when I finished, I realized my focal length was just way too short because it was a tiny little smudge, not much bigger than a star. Even getting still, I know I get the, you're aiming for this target and it ends up being much tinier in the scope. At least it's a start. It's that beginning of. You'll have progression as long as if you're going to be upgrading your kit in the future, that you're going to have those different focal lengths of those areas of the night sky. I have a few different focal lengths of the Rosette Nebula, where I believe I have that area at about 75 millimeters, and then at about 250 millimeters, and then 400 some odd millimeters, and now at 1,000 millimeters I have the Rosette Nebula. So it's that progression of your kit, as if you're going to be doing a lot of changes over the years, that you're going to see just how it's nice to kind of see things out in like the wide field view and see where it is in relation to a lot of other objects, but then the closer you get into the resolution, that you're going to see more interesting images. Hey Dusty, how you doing, dude? Good to see you in here. How have you been? No, you've reinstalled Windows, recovering your Instagram account. No worries. I'd love to see you play Elite Dangerous with some live commentary. I have not played that at all. I've heard many good things about it. It's No Man's Sky that's on the Xbox Game Pass. I got quite a few games on there that are space-based. I think the last one we played was at Christmas. We was playing Deliver Us the Moon. I still haven't gotten any farther than where we had left off at that point. And don't get me wrong, it was still cool because I was able to find it without a go-to mount, and that's also a little rewarding as well when you're able to get your target. You see it, that little bit of a faint fuzzy kind of lined up in your test shot, and you're on target, and that's because you have found it yourself. And I think that's also a good way of starting out. I mean, I started off with a go-to Alt-Az mount, but then I moved to a Star Adventurer, and just with those two, there was that rough idea of where the things are in the night sky, and then with the Star Adventure, there was a better idea of where things were in the night sky. It became a lot more in tune with how to do some star hopping and how to locate certain targets, and just being more familiar with certain areas in the night sky. And yeah, sometimes it does feel like it is a little off sometimes. A go-to mount can spoil you at times, but on the same note, it's beneficial as well, because you're not spending that time framing up your target. And I've spent much longer trying to find a certain target than I did imaging it. So it was good and bad with the manual mounts. All right, good. Not too bad. We're good over here. It's cloudy again, but at the same time, tomorrow is showing the promise of a pretty much a full night from about 8 o'clock onwards of clear skies. So if you guys are all right with postponing Rainy Day Astronomy tomorrow and in favor of some live astrophotography, we'll do that instead. If not, we can just process some images and just let a clear night go by. If you're cool with that, it's fine. Elite Dangerous is a fun game, but it can be a slight grind, however. Currently on a slight break from it. I wonder where the time went to grind on some video games. It's I got these memories of for hours playing so many other games that I've been grinding on, like Gauntlet Legends, or Phantasy Star Online, things like that. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday did Astro Falls do on Instagram. Just due to Orion. It looks crazy. What did he do? What did he do there? Let me look over in Discord for a second here while everybody's looking at that. Right, so arc that was detailed. That was data from Andy that you had on there. I'd love to get, capture my own image of that, of the Tarantula Nebula. That is cool. I like that Orion. That is really nice. Yeah, Andy's. Yeah, he's. We see him in here every now and then, which is cool. I caught a few of his streams on Clear Skies Network when he's sharing live images as well. That's always good to see the southern targets, which we can't see. We share Orion, which is fantastic. I like that idea that we're all able to see this area of just copious amounts of targets and just wonder to share with pretty much all around the world, which is fantastic. But then there is the other targets like the Tarantula Nebula that is a little more, and the satellites that ruin the wide field. Look at them all go. And that is the pain with when you're doing really wide field, because you're going to catch a lot more satellites in your images there. Just go mining, Elite Dangerous. I think I'm gonna have to pick that up. See, this grab is it better with grabbing more people as well? Is it kind of one of those games that works out well for co-op? Andy hanging out in his tent with a 6-inch newt. He's been blessed with some pretty nice skies. Also, he lives in a Bortle 1 area. So, yeah, he's in Bortle 1. Link, there we go. Now it's going to look like I clicked a link and something happened. There we go. Come on back, internet. There we are. That is an incredible mosaic. It's a different take on things. Bam, drop a like on that one for sure. Middle of the boonies in South Australia. There's nothing out there. Yeah, he's got just that little tent that he sits in, and he just has a good time under some really, really dark skies. So the separate images stitched together. Yeah, if it's a mosaic, then you're going to be picking out just certain sections there, and then you can stitch it together with your star stacking programs there. Yeah, Bray, he's killing it. It's always good to see his work, and it is a different take on things. They're really highlighting the like the hydrogen alpha gas in there, but also just the stars. I like how he's treated the stars as well. I mean, how long was the? He didn't say how long this integration was. Nah, but that is cool. At one point, I did have this ambitious project of trying to do a large mosaic of the Orion Constellation, and it just haven't had the clear skies, the sustained amount of time to do something like that. So it looks like, and also we'll kind of leave that Matt Harbison had done a much larger mosaic as well of the Orion Constellation, which is pretty much what I wanted to do, and that's fine. Someone else did it. I guess being in the Northern Territory would be good to avoid light pollution. And it really starts to impact your images. Like even with this one of the Crab Nebula, back out there, that gradient, you see that green kind of, that's coming from my street lights. And once they do turn off, and once they turn off in about 1 a.m, everything gets nice, a little more even. It's even with a light pollution filter, there's still some issues that crop up with the light reflecting down the tube there. He has this dream of converting one of the disused grain silos around his place into an observatory, and I think he can do it too, since he works in construction. I mean, I see areas back in Canada as well on farms with the grain silos, and I've seen I think it was on cloudy nights, people were talking about building observatories out of the grain silos, and it does involve a lot of dirt and a lot of sand, and it does pretty much have the pier that's running down from the top all the way down into the ground. So you got a massive pillar of concrete that you have to reinforce as well to make sure that there isn't anything really impacting your scope. And I mean, I guess at that point it's like maybe just have an area that's kind of free of trees for the most part. Yeah, that's what I thought. That was there we go, Matt Harbison's project of Orion. That is an incredibly detailed area of the night sky. You got Barnard's Loop down the bottom here, the Witch Head Nebula, Orion, the Horse Head, White Star Flower. How you doing? Welcome into the observatory. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the follow. How you doing tonight? We are currently looking at a very massive project of the Orion Nebula. The Orion Constellation, I apologize. This is a massive project. What was this? This is a 5-year project that he worked on. I mean, the detail on this, I think this is absolutely incredible. Like, I really can't move that around that much. Oh, alright. Just clear some annotations in there. But that is a massive, massive project. Yeah, and that is one of my favorite images that has been around online for quite a while now. Doing okay, but going into bed soon since it's almost 6 a.m. I'd love to learn more about astronomy. Well, White Star Flower, thank you very much for coming in here. Thank you very much for hanging out with us for a little bit. Whether you're here for a short time or a long time, always happy to have you in here. We usually do some live astro imaging, and that might be tomorrow, and it'll be starting at about 8 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. I am in the east of England, but yeah, always welcome to see you in here. And right now we are under some heavy clouds in the UK, as it's traditional in Britain to be heavily under clouds, but tomorrow night is looking a little more promising, so hopefully we can get some imaging done and we can, take a look at some areas of the night sky, such as the Crab Nebula, if it's still within our sights. We're kind of starting to look out towards interstellar space. It's kind of becoming close to almost galaxy season in a sense for me, for where my viewpoint is. This one here is a live cam. This is a live shot outside of my back garden. There's our telescope safely ensconced underneath the weatherproof cover. We have some heavy cloud in the UK, as it's the UK. All right, off to bed. I'll be imaging tomorrow, so once it's set up, I'll come in and check out what you're doing. All right, Astro Caller, dude, thank you very much for popping in. Appreciate that very much. I wish you luck on your imaging tomorrow night, and yeah, we'll look forward to seeing you in here tomorrow when we will be doing some live imaging as well. So, yeah, and this image was this is a 5-year project by another astrophotographer of the Orion Constellation, and it's a wonderful project that he's done. Thank you very much. All right, White Star Flower, you're off as well, it seems, but yeah, thank you very much for popping in. Yo, this is cool. What do you use to process the data? Nerd Stoke, how you doing? This image that we're looking at right now is a 5-year project by another astrophotographer, Matt Harbison. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and what we like to do here is take some live astrophotography with a scope when there are no clouds. However, there's clouds. So we are looking at some other interesting images of outer space. And when we have the opportunity, we take images ourselves. We have such as the Crab Nebula. It's one of my favorite targets. It's one of the first opportunities I've had to capture this supernova remnant. I'm very happy to have got that there. APOD time. Yes, let's have a look. What does today's APOD look like? That's cool. Hang on, let's get the full effect of low quality optics. We're good. That is really cool. An ambitious 360-degree mosaic that took 2 years to complete. Northern Hemisphere in Western China and Southern Hemisphere in New Zealand were also used to collect the image data. That is really cool. That's a really nice shot of our Pinwheel Galaxy with a 1mm lens. I like that. It's the also the time that goes into a lot of these images. It's always really, really interesting. Just the resources. Like I've always had. There's always ideas kicking around of trying to figure out some kind of collaboration between getting some Northern Hemisphere ideas together and getting some Southern Hemisphere data. But it's just it's finding the time and coordinate. You can't coordinate clear skies. That's a tough part. So projects can kind of really go on for quite a while. Didn't really know what that did, so I did it anyways. There you go. Experiment. The space without Earth, basically. Yeah, kind of. A giant fisheye view of our galaxy. So yeah, there are some channel rewards. Those who have been sitting around collecting your photons, I've added some rewards to the channel finally, more than just asking if my mic is connected. And there are I also have some Easter eggs hidden around here. So it's more than just click a button and something cool happens. That certain phrases, certain commands might bring up something fun on here. Who has the most points? I do. I have infinite points. Wish I could redeem the TGIF while it's still Friday. It's still Friday for me for quite a while, so we'll go by my time, and that way TGIF can last for a little while longer. Rebubbled? Can you go into space, physics, astronomy as a math master? I don't know offhand. I'd imagine that would come in handy.
Every star will die, including our own sun, and eventually all that will be left is a sparse soup of particles and radiation. Even the energy of that soup will be sapped away over time by the expansion of the universe, leaving everything just a fraction of a degree above absolute zero. But TGIF, am I right?
There we go. James, off to work. Have a great stream. Thank you very much. Have a good shift at work. Stay safe, and we'll catch you on the next event. Already Saturday on my place. Arc, no worries. There you go. Red bubbled. You go into astrophysics. I mean, if you have even. I mean, you got the maths, and that is pretty important for astrophysics. There you go. That's you like that one, eh? So that is a friend of the channel. That is Hey, G4. You're ready. 3 months now. Holy potatoes. Dude, thank you very much. Okay, on to the warp now. There you go. For those who are interested in that little weirdo giving some doom and gloom for Friday, that is a friend of the channel. That's Jay Tenko. He's an Australian streamer. Plays a lot of video games, does some workout streams. All around fun dude to hang around with. Also, our latest resubscriber to the channel, Game for Paul Rowe. Give him a check. Check him out. He loves Pikachu. Jay loves Pikachu. And Paul Rowe loves Beat Saber so much that he's going to do a 24-hour stream on Beat Saber. And let's take one more look at the A-Pod for today. That is a tremendous project as well. I'd like to be able to do something like that. Nerd Stoke, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome into the observatory. Good to have you in here with us. Appreciate that very much. So that is a view of the basically the complete view of our view of the Milky Way, which was a 2-year project that this who was it that did this project there? Alvin Wu. That is pretty darn cool. And also being able to see the small and large Magellanic Clouds. That's another area of the night sky that I do want to see. Yes, other Astro nerds, I'm digging it. Excellent. You're in the perfect place. We like to nerd out about astronomy as much as possible. And there's a little bit of a different tone as well when we're doing the live astrophotography. It's still just as fun. And we're kind of doing these streams and kind of just tooting around our solar system, looking around our cosmos. You never know which way the direction the stream is kind of going to take, you know? It's like I said, a little later we'll probably jump into Universe Sandbox or Space Engine. Just have a kind of a tour around the universe. If you don't follow, I wish you a happy way into the black hole. Well, I'm halfway towards the black hole. There we go. Nope. See, even I'm not powerful enough to stop the gravitational pull of a supermassive black hole. I'm doomed. Need to show our followers Oumuamua. Which one? The space engine? It's like watching a weatherman trying to figure out what he's pointing at. I never know where I'm pointing. Astrobeard, welcome in. Good to see you in here, dude. A fellow beardsmith. Yeah, where is... Is that right? Look like I'm trying to save me. Pinch. A pinch. No pinch. And to the south, yeah, no way. And to the where's the weather? Oh God, it's gone. So yes, little yep, get inside. That's okay. That is fine. He'll if you return, there you go. Bye. Well, these things happen. That's fine. I appreciate the G4. I appreciate the resub. 3 months hanging around, you weirdo. Love you. Always fun watching some good mad skills with Beat Saber and Just having a general fun time hanging out with a virtual cat. But tomorrow's weather... I mean, the more I keep looking at this forecast, the more it's probably going to change. Hopefully for the better. If everything works out well, if the weather's working out well, probably roughly get things going at about maybe 7:30, 8 o'clock. Probably most likely 8 o'clock. We should be getting some imaging starting. And so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... potentially 9 hours worth of clear skies tomorrow. What I'm going to be doing is I will throw on the broadband filter for the scope, because there isn't going to be a lot of nebulosity available to us, as the Milky Way is going to bugger off behind my neighbor's house, which is to the south. And that's just going to be... that's going to leave us looking out towards interstellar space, and there's a lot more galaxies to be looking at there. Hey Ma, how you doing? How's things? Do you want to see some hefty frost on an SCT? Yeah. Let's see it. Let's worry about other people's equipment. So yes, we'll be looking out towards some galaxies tomorrow night. So we'll kind of shift from the larger, wonderful nebulosity of some star forming regions, some supernova remnants, and the majority of our objects that we're going to be looking at are going to be galaxies, some star clusters, and maybe a couple planetary nebula as well. And we should have a good shot of Security Live. Thank you very much, dude. 2 months. 2 month subscription. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. How are you doing tonight, sir? Good to see you in here. So yeah, tomorrow night is going to be... we'll be shooting in broadband, so we're going to get a wider image of the visible spectrum, and it's going to work really well for galaxies and star clusters. And we'll look at a couple planetary nebulae that we've looked at before in narrowband, but we're going to see them in a bit of a different light, as it were. So that'll be interesting to see a couple of these targets in broadband, so you can kind of see a comparison of how much more you're going to see. And also, what I'm excited to get a look at finally this season, and it'll probably be at about maybe 12 o'clock, 1 in the morning, will be the Pinwheel Galaxy. Haven't imaged this one all season. It's pretty much been a full trip around the sun since I've captured the Pinwheel Galaxy. So I'm looking forward to imaging that tomorrow night as well. That's going to be that one will look pretty cool. Security doing okay. Excellent. Good to see you here. Ooh, that's chilly. That makes me feel a little cold. The stuff we put our equipment through to try and get a decent image. I've had some frost on the scope some nights when we've been doing our imaging, but nothing like that. Nothing like that yet. He's just testing the mirrors. Yeah, I mean it's a good thing. A lot of the equipment, the imaging equipment can take a bit of a thrashing. But I think it's also close to, it's almost high time they do bring stuff in for a little bit of maintenance as well. Just because it's time, it's due. They're going to do a little bit of a rebalance as well, because they're going to be a few more additions with the, the dew heaters and getting that all completely set up. So we do have our primary mirror that can be kind of defrosted, as it were. But at least now with the, I'll get the other dew heater on the secondary mirror so that we can keep everything nice and clear. And that way it's going to need a little bit of a rebalance as well. And hopefully even toss on the smaller 72 ED scope on top of that and just try and do some more wide field imaging as well. We'll see how that goes. Although if we're running into more imaging for galaxies, we're going to want to get that deep sky scope. And I might even take off the focal reducer as well. He needs another sun to heat that up. That's it. Get that evaporated nice and quick. So if tomorrow night we're going to be looking at the pinwheel is going to be a really nice target to see, because that's going to show up. That's going to show up really well. So this red square is our sensor, and it's also our focal length that we're going to be able to look at this galaxy. And I think it's pretty good to be looking at the Pinwheel Galaxy with this focal length, and that is with the reducer on it. If I was to take off the reducer, we're going to get we'll get a much more closer look at the galaxy. Lose a little bit of the spiral arms, depending on how I frame how we can get everything framed up. But it is also at a slower focal ratio, so it may not be as bright and vibrant, going from f4.8 to f8. So that might be a bit of a challenge as well to get some decent images kind of coming through there. I may even need a little bit of longer integration time to be able to see as many details as we can there. You going to attempt to take a pic at that tomorrow? Yes, that will be... What time tomorrow can I expect that to be visible? Pinwheel Galaxy, because it's up to the northeastern area, and I have to combat with the neighbor's roof and their chimney as well. So as long as that kind of clears it, I think it's probably about close to 1 in the morning, Greenwich Mean Time, that we'll aim to image the Pinwheel Galaxy. There are some smaller galaxies in the area. We'll go over to. We have imaged the. We did image the Surfboard Galaxy. And that would be an interesting one to see in broadband as well, because shooting galaxies in narrowband, it's cool to see the nebulae within those galaxies, but at the same time you lose some details overall in the structure of the galaxy. You lose out on just that contrast, because you're cutting out so much of the visible spectrum. And with these galaxies being millions of light years away, as opposed to the nebulae within our galaxy, which is not that much farther away, it's kind of, galactically speaking, it's much closer. I think also imaging the Owl Nebula will be an interesting one to see in a broadband filter. What's better than a telescope? That f0.9 lens the astronauts used. Double sun power. I mean, if we could use our sun as a gravitational telescope, that would be, if we can get out far enough away even using our own galaxy, you know, to bend the light and bring some more targets a little closer. That would be, it'd be a ridiculous feat to be able to pull off, but what's this one? I'm sorry. Oh, there's only 4 in stock. We better hurry up. We better act fast. $12,000 for this lens? (50mm f/0.05 Noctilux M aspherical manual focus lens) represents a unique high-performance lens. It combines exceptional high speed with an image performance that ranks alongside that of today's leading lenses, and once again extends the composition options of a Leica M photography. Alright. Y'all want to go halvesies on this? We'll have a timeshare for the lens. I ain't no glass, it's made out of diamonds. If you ever buy that, let me set up an affiliate link first. Yeah, no doubt, right? Holy smokes. Alright, Hyperwork is in. Good. You got $10, perfect, that's a start. That will take care of a little bit of the shipping. But we have to order soon. There's only 4. There's only 4 left in stock. Hurry, supplies are limited. Let me call my friend Elon. He'll help me out for sure. Give him a call. See if old Muskie will lend us a few grand just for fun. Just for the hell of it, right? I'll throw in 25 cents towards shipping. G4, thank you. Appreciate that. A little goes a long way, you know? But yeah. f/0.95. Crazy. If I solve the Earth's carbon problem and send it to Elon, I'm buying everyone in the chat one. Yay! Huzzah! Sounds good. It's very generous of you. We can dream. 50 million. Wow. Make sure this fits by entering your model number. Well, I'd hate to have to buy that. And oh, it's only used from 9 grand. You can get a used one. Sad part is I know that that carbon is C on the periodic table. Mama's bank is closed for COVID. All right, guys, I'm out. Three-year passport warranty. Oh, it comes with a leather lens case. Primo. That's good. What's this one? It's only 14 grand. The heck does this one do for you? Does it come with Bluetooth? Because if it doesn't come with Bluetooth, I'm not even going to put that money down for this lens. Not even real leather. No, it's just pleather. F1.25. I mean, it's not as fast as the other one. All right, here's a bit of it. Here's also a decent example of when those who are, if you don't have great glass like this one, where look how many elements of glass you have to go through for your image to come if you're using a lens. Whereas if you're using a refractor, there's 2 or 3 elements until it gets to your camera sensor. So there's less chance, or there's better light transmission. Although again, with it being a much better quality of glass in these camera lenses, but still, it's that split between a telescope which is designed to focus at infinity, whereas this one is, what's the next one, is a prime lens. It's just that you have more elements of glass to have to go through, that photon has to travel through before it gets to your sensor. Better quality of sand. That's it. This is, what was this one? This was 75 millimeters, so it's just a little larger than my smaller telescope. Also, my telescope is not it's not f1. They get their sand from Mars. It's very, very fancy sand. It's imported. It's that fancy stuff. So that's it. We'll start a GoFundMe tomorrow to get these lenses in stock for us, and then we'll just set up a rota for whoever has the lens available. And if you have and metal from Oumuamua that was shed as it as they released some of their garbage out of their ship. Put a few years of for the ETA on the GoFundMe. You don't know. Maybe we can find some crazy philanthropist who wants to invest in some harebrained scheme from a bunch of astrophotographers and who like to stream on Twitch. And those who don't even do any astrophotography and just want to take some really nice pictures of their cats. You just need Mr. Beast to find us, right? Like I said, it's I've watched a couple of those videos of his and just had to stop because that's not, you can't sit there hoping for anything like that. It's just tough to watch sometimes. PT, maybe. Someone who invested in Bitcoin while it was still $1 per coin. Yeah, because who would have figured that was going to take off, right? I always thought about mining Bitcoin. Is it even worth it? Do you get any kind of return out of the effort that goes in there? Oh, come back, internet. Son of a biscuit. Yeah, in the early days, but now, not so much. No, I mean, I see it's like 0.00001% of a coin that you can find somewhere, and I don't know. I still don't understand the entire logistics of doing the Bitcoin mining. You pour money and electricity in for Bitcoin mining, so really it just kind of evens out eventually. Still worth it now, but the investment gain is small. Aren't there like some areas that have like, I don't know, you get like you can find mass amounts of Bitcoin somehow? In 2012, you could mine 10 Bitcoin in 1 hour with a gaming PC. That's 2012. Everybody was more concerned with the end of the world at that point. Can we go back to 2012 with that knowledge? Then you still have to live out those years as well to come back to this point in time. Don't really want to think about time travel that much. There's too many paradoxes involved with practical time travel. I'll go back and bring a 3090 or two with me. Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad. With that much money, 2020 would be a breeze. That's it, you know. They say money can't buy you happiness, but it can at least get you some comfort, maybe. Or some really nice M&Ms, like gold-foiled peanut M&Ms. That'd be nice. If I could time travel, I'd go to the future and see what now to invest and what's not to be, and what should have been invested in. Wouldn't be able to run a 3090 unless you took a power supply back with you too. See, it's all sorts of stuff, all sorts of caveats that come with time travel. It's too much hassle. Too much hassle, man. They say you can't buy happiness. I guess I'll have to rent it. Wait, maybe. We love Weird Al Yankovic. Fun fact, Weird Al Yankovic sang to my mother at a concert. It was fantastic. Because in theory, money is never ours. It's always in rent. Like chocolate chip cookies too, right? If I could time travel, I'd find that source of corona and stop it before this all took over. No point in being rich if you didn't know where to spend it. What would happen if there wasn't corona? What other time path would we go down? What timeline? You know, is this not the darkest timeline? Maybe it's not. Maybe we avoided something worse. Like beer. You can't buy beer. You can rent it for a short time. That's true. Much like coffee. I am about out of coffee. I would build a massive rocket and visit Andromeda. Would we need a massive rocket? You would just need something efficient enough to be able to travel faster than the speed of light to get there at a decent time. Look what happened to the last guy that tried to build a rocket. Yeah, you know, right? There have been lots. I've been enjoying watching all the different tests for the rockets recently. And it's just always fun to see how many people are tuning into just a test launch. Because that's always been... I mean, nothing happens for the most part. You know, hopefully nothing happens. So that we can eventually see something really cool happen in the future. Seeing a multi-story rocket take off and head towards Mars. You know, sending people back out to the moon, more space exploration. Because that's always interesting to see. Now you just need a rocket to propel you fast enough to escape the sun's gravity well, and you'll reach Andromeda eventually. It's true. You probably need like maybe a few generations on a ship. Prutz 1311, how you doing? Good to see you in here. So yes, for those of you who are new to the channel, or have not been here before, or just not clear what's going on here, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and I am in the east of England, and unfortunately tonight we are under cloudy skies. Usually this telescope here, right over there, is uncovered, and we are looking at some images of outer space. I'd be satisfied even if my corpse reached Andromeda. Moving on. But yes, we like to take images of the night sky. Hopefully tomorrow night is going to be clear. Tonight is maybe a bit of a placeholder for our regular Saturday rainy day astronomy sessions. And yeah, just kind of having a bit of a wonderful chit chat about astronomy, astrophotography, and we're all going to chip in and buy a $12,000 camera lens. If you want to jump in on there, happy to have you in. But yeah, it's one of those things, if you're building like a generation ship, it's kind of, you want to be that last generation. You want to be able to, to revel in the spoils of what everything was meant to culminate in. Although, would you appreciate it that much? Could you figure out cryogenic freezing and be able to be that first generation, and you're frozen for a few millennia maybe, and once you reach that target, then you're defrosted, leave you in the sink for a few hours and let you warm up, run some hot water over you, you're good to go, and you can enjoy the Andromeda Galaxy. Have you watched Isaac Arthur? Can't say I'm familiar with that name. There are many names I should be familiar with. Isaac Arthur is not one of them. Isaac Arthur is a science communication YouTuber and futurist. He is best known as a producer of his YouTube channel Science and Futurism with Isaac Arthur. I like it already. Generation ships and such. Well, thank you for tuning me into Isaac Arthur there, Prutz. Prutzel? Long U, short U. I butcher names left, right, and center. And I do apologize. Sometimes Twitch needs to come out with like maybe a little phonetic explanation under some names the odd time. So yeah, Isaac Arthur, I would definitely check that out. I always like to find more science and technology communicators. There's all sorts of different. The second variant is preferable. What was my second? Fruits? I'll wait for you to respond on that one. Yeah, always good to find others who are sharing their love of science, technology, space, astronomy, astrophotography, all sorts of things like that. It's always, everyone's gonna have their own little perspective. Prutz. All right, we'll go with that. Welcome in. Appreciate you stopping by tonight. So yeah, when we do have some clear skies, we're actually able to get some pretty cool images of outer space. And along with this is the we get to look at the Crab Nebula. It was 6,400 light years away, but also we were just speaking of taking a ship to travel light years, millions of light years to Andromeda. And this would be our destination. Don't mind me, I'm gonna test something. You were gonna test something. Alright, I won't mind you, don't worry. So if we were to be taking a generation ship to Andromeda, our nearest galactic neighbor at just a measly 2.5 million light years away, this would be our target. It didn't work, Sag. Alright, what was your hypothesis? Not even a parsec. The parsec is, what, 3.2 light years? .6? 3 point something. It's not quite 4 light years. Leave that window open there. No, not parsley. I want parsec. Apparently 3.26 light years, according to Astronomy.com. We were close enough. I mean, at that point, we're splitting hairs there. What's a few trillion kilometers, you know? But yeah, right now what we're looking at is one of our earlier images of Andromeda. This was a 16-minute exposure. Usually we do 10-minute exposures, but we wanted to push the equipment just a little bit farther and get some really cool images, especially of this galaxy, which is an amazing target to be imaging. It's much larger than our sensor and focal length can pick up, so that's always a bonus. You're right, my second digit was right. There you go. See, close enough. Horseshoes and hand grenades, right? Galactic Hunters blew Orion for a second. Yes, I saw that. I did see that one earlier. That is an amazing treatment of that area. We'll jump. That's over on. I saw it on his Instagram. All right, that is queued up there. What focal length is that? That is shooting at 979 millimeters. If you want to get really pedantic with things, I'm using a 0.6 focal reducer on my telescope, and usually its native focal length is 1600 millimeters. And I just tried it out. It was my refractor's focal reducer. Just popped it on the back of the reflector and it worked. So we're getting some pretty interesting images coming out of there. So yeah, if even at that focal, it's about 450, about 400 millimeters in focal length is going to net you the entire Andromeda galaxy in one single shot. But at the same time, taking it with this, at this focal length, we're able to see just a little more detail in around the galactic core. And also just being able to see get that out of the way there. These little pinkish red areas of nebulosity within the Andromeda galaxy. You know, much like how we have our Orion Nebula or Flaming Star Nebula, and these are the emission nebulae that we're seeing within another galaxy, which is really cool. The filter that we're using is a narrowband filter, so we are, if I can, I will try to get an image of Andromeda tomorrow night. It may be a little hard because it's kind of out towards the west, and I have a big freaking tree out towards the west, so that will cause a bit of issues. But yeah, this is a little bit longer of an exposure than we usually do, and I was also kind of just testing it to see how well it handled the core, and just the fact that there's still a nice gradient that we can see, that we could even do a little bit more of a dynamic range on this and still have a nice gradient coming out from the central area. This isn't blown out. It isn't completely white in the middle there, which I think is really, really cool for this, for how the camera performs. So it's also using the ASI 533 MC Pro, and I know there's a lot of people will prefer using a monochrome camera for astrophotography. However, being in England and having to deal with a lot of the clouds, it's I feel it's just prudent to be able to get a quality color image as quickly as possible. And because I can be impatient with things. I wouldn't want to be sitting there with a few hours of just a green channel in black and white, and then having to wait a few weeks to try and get the red channel, and then wait another few weeks and get a blue channel to put together a really nice colorful image. So yeah, opt for shooting it in color at the sacrifice of a little bit of detail, but at the same time, does that really matter that much at the moment? You know, we're seeing some really, really cool images coming through. And you know, it's as nice as some of these would look in black and white, you just may not get the full impact, that full effect of what we're looking at in these areas of the night sky. And you know, we've shot the Heart Nebula in many areas, and this was kind of off center from the Heart Nebula. And what I really wanted to kind of capture was these kind of lacy bits of nebulosity, these cooler areas that are kind of separating and can eventually form Bok globules, and can eventually possibly form protostars as well in these star forming regions. So I thought it was just an interesting area that's sometimes I feel is overlooked with, when you have more of the attractive core of Melotte 15 for the Heart Nebula that just shows up much better in an image. Trying to highlight some different areas that you don't often see on Instagram or Twitter or other forms of social media. And speaking of Instagram, we're going to look at the again, Orion gets the what's in season when you just start seeing a lot of these images populated all across social media for those who are doing astrophotography. And this image of the Orion area, the Orion Constellation, done by Galactic Hunter, is an incredible treatment as well. It's just it's not the traditional kind of reds and purples and blues that you kind of see. Where he's made it look as a little more of a colder world, colder region out there. Any globular clusters you've imaged? I will have a look, see where those images are. I think I have a couple of them on Instagram. I don't often image them. I like to look at globular clusters, and imaging them, I know I've taken the wrong approach to imaging. I'll show you. We'll show you here on Instagram. I feel I could have done a better job processing it and even just acquiring the data as well. So he uses the HA as a blue channel instead of red. Yeah, and he's using the... That's with the Raptor as well. That is tremendous. Eight hours of integration. What was the filter he was using? Oh, he's using narrowband filters there, that's right. Screw that, like, I want the Raptor. I mean, that is sensational. That is amazing. Yeah, that's it. He's in Las Vegas. You're not going to get much more light polluted than Sin City, right? So, and then it's also, you know, using narrowband imaging. So that's going to cut out a lot of the light pollution there. You want a Raptor right here? Yeah. Astrophotography. Rosine, how you doing, brother? Good to see you in here. If I get 100,000 subs by the end of the year, I'll buy you a Raptor. All right. Go to YouTube, check out Astrophotography. Everybody in here right now, tell your friends, tell your neighbors. How you doing tonight, man? Do you have, how are your skies? We, you can see down there, it's... Yeah. Yeah, sure, if I get 100,000 both. Yes! Shill my name, Shill. Of course, why not? Doing some fantastic work there. Las Vegas is dry. Bortle 9 with clear skies is better than Bortle 6 with clouds for years all day long. The more arid the atmosphere you can have, the better quality your skies are going to be. You have less particles, less moisture in the air. It's just going to be allow for better seeing. That's why I always I like when it is a nice, cool, dry night in the wintertime. That was more also because I could at least chill this camera down to maybe 12 degrees Celsius and keep it cool that way. But then it's also just getting some nice clear skies. You get good guiding. You get just overall just much better images kind of coming out of the camera there. Skies decided to change their mind until the 11th hour. It's now raining and storming. But I did get lots of time out last night. Excellent. I didn't get any clear sky until about 1 in the morning, and it was at that point I was bagged. I was done for the day. I was hoping to get a stream in. I was told by the weather people that we were going to have about 10 o'clock. There was going to be clear skies. That did not happen. Tomorrow's looking to be a little better, with potentially 9 hours for starting at about 8 o'clock. So hopefully we get some good times out there, and it's mostly going to be galactic themed tomorrow. Just from my viewpoint, we're going to be looking out into interstellar space, and there's some really interesting areas I do want to be able to image. That one shot that's probably going to have possibly 100 galaxies in one frame, which is going to be really, really cool to sit there, and we're all going to count the galaxies together. Sounds good? Good. Affinity is going very well, just trying to figure out what to do for my raw camera shots once I lose access to Lightroom. Are you giving up on ending Adobe? I was meant to have clear skies from midnight to 5 a.m. Then it was 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. Now it's bad. Tomorrow is 6 to 1. Ooh, that'd be fantastic. That'd be good. had to send the EAF back, so I was constantly going outside to manually refocus and for filter change. Yes, we'll be in Virgo. We'll be looking at some interesting areas. Where are we at here? Let's pull that up. Was the EAF, it just wasn't working for you at all, or was it just time to return it? Was the trial period complete with that one there? That's right. The area that we're going to be looking at tomorrow night, weather being all good, I believe it's around it. I was looking at hang on, the views from Stellarium and the views in and the views in Sky Safari vary greatly. NGC 4872. So this area, they're not all labeled in here. I have to fix the magnitude, but there are tons of galaxies in this area, and even just actually, let's put the reducer on there. More than what we're seeing in here. There's many more galaxies in this section. Looking out towards the Virgo supercluster. And hopefully we will also try to get a shot of Virgo A, M87, where the image of the black hole came back in 2019. So we'll hopefully get a shot of that galaxy as well. Don't know how good of a resolution we're going to be able to get on that there, but why not give it a shot anyway? Electronic focuser costs a lot, but I can't really see why I'd buy a really expensive autofocuser with a regular payload on the tube. It was faulty. Firmware wouldn't update and malfunction below 0 degrees Celsius, so I got in touch with ZWO. They said it's faulty and needs returning. Currently waiting on First Light Optics to get new ones back in stock and sending me one back. Excellent. All right, cool. So that's not going to be... you'll get it back again. Ooh la la, the galaxies are crazy. They are. These areas are great for wide field. Unfortunately, for the focal length that we're at, getting Markarian's chain isn't going to be an option. I mean, we can get part of it. Oh, internet, where'd you go? Why forth thou? Why have you forsaken me? Well, I'm back interwebs. There you are. Howdy doody. Yes, Markarian's chain is a great wide field image. And it's this collection of galaxies that line up nicely in succession. That just kind of comes up with a really interesting shot of well, there's many more galaxies in this area, but it's just that shot of Markarian's chain, so we can kind of get really close on things. I'm just seeing a few of the galaxies, but what I do want to image is this one here. Is M87, where that picture of the black hole came from. And we'll see what kind of detail we can get on this galaxy. It's probably going to be one of those targets where you got to get a lot more integration time, but we'll go for it. We're going to give it a shot. We'll see how it turns out. And I think I'll be keeping it once I get it again. Even if I don't keep the mono setup, the AF is crucial for automation imaging, for an imaging plan. That's true, because every filter you're going to have to switch up you have to adjust your focus, right? It just focuses better than I could ever do. I can only ever see the face there in Markarian's chain. I do see that. I do see the face there as well. No, wait. Looks three-dimensional, like the end of a chain. Looks further away up, and the face appears up close and personal. I like how it also looks like there is a little bit of gravitational lensing going on in that area. Talk away, dude. Because the more you guys talk on the channel here, the more chances you have on possibly finding some of the Easter eggs around here. You never know what phrase, what word is going to make something kind of crop up here. Again, fun little nerdy bits. Looking to add more. It's been a hectic week at work as well, and that's kind of preventing me from doing some major work on the channel, getting some more things there. But there are lots of ideas that are percolating, and I do hope to implement possibly over the weekend. We'll see how tomorrow goes with just life and preparing for the stream. But hopefully I can drop a couple more, at least one more channel point reward, and maybe 2 or 3 more Easter eggs. You never know what's going to crop up there. But yeah, tomorrow night it's going to be galaxies, with maybe a couple of planetary nebulae thrown in there. We are going to look at. See, I keep messing up this name. Jones Emberson. Yes, Jones Emberson 1. Just thought of mix nuts. I got some walnuts downstairs that I'm now considering. Hey. Not too bad. I also noticed that the title was, as I started it up, that I hadn't adjusted the title, but it's about the same idea of what was kind of going on there of the last session. And yeah, mix nuts, because we don't know where the topic is going to go. Maybe something fun, maybe something boring. I did also have the emote design kind of on. I don't know if it'd be on tap for tonight, but at least just in case if that kind of cropped up there. NGC 4395. All right, let's have a look for that. Actually, go over to. We'll have an image to compare. Okay, was this Jones Emberson? No, that was the Medusa. Hello, Jones. Mr. Jones? Dr. Jones? There we go. So, this planetary nebula we shot with a narrowband filter. It will be available to us tomorrow night as well, and we'll shoot that in broadband. So we'll have a couple areas to compare and contrast against, and at least when we shoot it, it should be straight up towards the zenith. At least that way we'll have a little less impact of atmospheric disturbance, and also hopefully some of the streetlights won't be as much of an impact. It'll still be a little bit of an impact. I probably should get maybe a little more of a dew shield on there to help out with things. We'll see. Yeah, so we'll shoot this. We have a narrowband version of this, so we'll have also a broadband version of this, an NGC 4395. Shows up as heat the scope and cooled the camera, pretty much. You want your camera as pretty much as cold as you can get it, as cold as it needs to be. For my camera, minus 10 degrees below 0 Celsius seems to be that sweet spot. Everything else, the lower we kind of go, it just doesn't seem to work out. It doesn't seem to benefit that much more. I probably have to even go down to like minus 25 to start seeing some improvement there. Stellarium doesn't always do a good job of showing things here. It was an NGC 40. 4395. Let's see if nope. Even Sky Safari doesn't show there. Let's look at the interwebs. If I put the 183 on my 600 Evo Star, then it's a decent field of view. I thought the RC8 and the 533 would have been fine. Maybe you're on an older version. See, I also have this is the 0.6 reducer, so I am shooting at just under 1,000 millimeters as opposed to 1,600 millimeters. NGC 4395 is a nearby low surface brightness spiral galaxy. The interwebs. That's kind of cool. Is that the one you're talking about? I mean, it looks like that'd be a good target to shoot with in narrowband as well, just to get in those areas of nebulosity as well. I love like shooting it in narrowband and seeing the nebulae within other galaxies. I think that is really cool. I'm imagining that something like this might be closer to the field of view that we're going to have tomorrow night. It's begging for the HA treatment. It totally is. That's what I have to get. I mean, I do want to get an HA filter, but I also want to get a filter wheel, and I also want to get an automatic focuser. It's all coming down to priority and what's going to be the next thing added. I'm pretty sure it's probably going to be a filter wheel. Yeah, filter wheel and the automatic focuser. If everything can kind of get on course and make sure that the devices are doing what they should, and that way we don't have to worry about fiddling with the focus in between the filters there. And because I only have 2-inch filters, I'm looking at getting a 2-inch filter wheel, and I think those are running at about 250 pounds, 300 pounds, depending on how many filter positions there are. Let's see, what does ooh. Oh, well, hello. Right, no, stay on task. Filter wheel. Narrow it down. Okay, 109 results. No. $299. Does ZWO do a 2-inch filter wheel? They must. There we go. 316 pounds. It's not as bad. 5 position. I think we can do just fine with that. And the EAF, how much is that? Was that 179 pounds? So about 5. Let's say 500 pounds is the next budget for the upgrade. It's quite a bit. That's going to be... We'll see. I got to save up for that one there. But we'll keep that in mind for... That should be the field of view for the reduced RC and the 533. Hello, Internet. That's not too bad. It might be dim, but I'm wondering, depending on some targets, do we maybe do a short auto run session and collect a few exposures and stack it and do a little bit of quick processing while some other exposures are running on another target there. So not so much as a live auto stack, but at least getting a stack of images together and doing a quick process on them. Because if we have 6 hours, if we have 6+ hours of clear skies tomorrow, we got the time. It's Saturday night. I'm not going out anywhere Sunday morning. At most I wake up early to get breakfast delivered. I love getting breakfast delivered. If they're still open. I wonder if they're still open. I haven't checked. I thought it sounded crazy at first, getting breakfast delivered, but fantastic. Everything depends on what it's for some of us. This hobby is not the smartest choice to be doing in certain areas of the world. Whereas here, where moisture runs rampant, although when I speak with G4, Game for Paul Rowe, who is a fellow UK resident, he always says he has clear skies, and I don't know if he's just taking the mickey or if he's just or if he's genuinely serious that every time I have cloudy skies, he's got the clear ones. That we're able to, if we could teleport to some clear areas. Maybe he's blind. Maybe he's just looking through a sheet of tinfoil with some holes poked in it for air. All right. Well, if that's going to end up being the field of view for that galaxy tomorrow, which Stellarium doesn't do much of a good job for that, then hopefully it should be an interesting target to look at. If not, not if it's not going to be an interesting target to look at. There are always going to be interesting things to look at, but maybe that ends up being one of the targets that we spend a little time doing an auto imaging session there and try to pull out some more details. I actually named my audio and video files for this recent vlog, and now I can't line anything up. So much for trying to organize things. Organizing things doesn't work. You don't organize stuff. You just kind of let things fall into place, and eventually it'll come together. Don't organize things. It never works. You need disorganized, organized chaos. And it always comes together that way. Every time I hear someone say it's clear and I see one cloud, I just get annoyed and judge them. That's it. There's clear skies, consistent dark skies, good seeing very often. It's a little annoying sometimes when it's like, let's just all move out to the Atacama Desert. We'll build a Burger King, we'll build a McDonald's, we'll build a Starbucks and some other little grocery store there. We'll set up our telescopes, we'll have a good time. We'll all be essentially quarantining and self-isolating out there together, so it won't be a huge deal. It'll be fun. We'll make a weekend of it. But until then, we always have to. We gotta wait for the weather and contemplate ways how to knock out streetlights without anybody really noticing. Astro City, no lights allowed after 3 p.m. I like that. Forget the reality show. We just build an Astro City. We pick a place on Earth. And maybe even 2 places, so you can live somewhere in the northern hemisphere, and then once the season changes, when the skies aren't as dark for as long, you move down to the southern hemisphere to the south, to South Astro City, and you hang out there. We could be onto something here. There are some good ideas coming up, and hopefully. I don't mind if other people nick these ideas and make it happen, because I don't have the resources to do that. However, if someone can make it happen, go to North Korea. They don't have any lights. I don't know. There might be a little too stringent on some other rules that we want to be able to do things like that. We should approach Elon. He's zany enough to do it. Maybe. Also, no Starlinks allowed after 3 p.m. or 3 a.m. 3 a.m., I would say. Starlinks need to reorient themselves as they pass over the dark side of the planet. I don't see Starlink that often anymore. It was when there was those first launches, when they were kind of sitting in that preliminary orbit, that a lot of people were getting those, getting them in their shots. But for the most part, we haven't even. A lot of the images that we've taken, granted they are at about 1,000 millimeters, so we are pretty tight on an object in the night sky. But we haven't seen many satellites come through our images. So hopefully, that'll be all right there. Samsung, you've changed your name. How are you doing? Have you seen the documentary The City Dark? I have not. Oh, that's not what I want. Oh, I've hit a button. I can't get back. There we go. I didn't intentionally change it, but I'm stuck with this effing bot name now. I have to wait two months. What happened? All right. Well, at least now I know you. I know it's you, Samsung. We look forward to your triumphant return. No, saw Starlink when they launched, but since then I've not seen any or been affected by any. It's just a lot of people talking about them every time there's a launch. That's about it. That's true. And they did just launch another one, but if they are doing their due diligence and reducing the albedo of those satellites and just putting them into an orbit quicker, that's not going to impact things. Then it's not going to be too much of a problem there. You know Econ Greg? I do. Econ Greg is my inspiration for doing this channel. He's sharing the night sky, and I figure why not do it as well? He gets Starlinks all the time. He's out in Atlanta, Georgia, in that area of the world, which isn't really too much of a difference in latitude from where we are here. But he shoots at much wider focal lengths. He's using the RASA that's at about 400 millimeters. So we're still at more than double of that focal length with the scope that we're using. So while he opts for the wide field beauties, and I'm going for the deep sky objects, we kind of trade off in that sense there. Acquired Trevor, and all we do is hashtag Elon built Astro City and buy everyone a big ass scope. He sees he's trending, and that's when we win life. Not bad. Sounds like a plan. Yeah. So on tap now we have the astrophotography reality show that we have to figure out the details on that, and we are also going to build a city that follows all the rules of astrophotography. I say that's not too bad. That's some good ideas we're building up here. And if we can share that and tweet those ideas out. Like I said, I don't mind if someone else does it. You know, we're the idea team. We're the think tank. We just need the gearheads to make it happen. So it all starts with just this one idea on this one lonely little channel, where we have some fantastic ideas crop up there. And now, Prutz, thinking about your name, I could have sworn I've seen you before on Econ Greg's channel then, because the name rings familiar. So I would imagine we'll be seeing you on his channel at some point. Whenever he's got some clear skies. The advantage of what Greg is doing is that he has a solar scope, so he can attack the clear skies during the day, whereas I'm heavily reliant on the clear skies at night. So there we go. We'll get all those plans implemented before we leave to Mars. Although if more people leave to Mars and there's less light pollution, then we can have a bigger Astro City. Everybody has to follow those rules. No white lights after 4 o'clock. All lights off at 3. So you can build up your night vision. You hang in there a lot. Yeah, I like Greg's community. I like the congregation, and just the following that he's amassed in that time, and the fact that he's made it to partner. Come on back, Internet. You can do it. I believe in you. You can do it, Internet. You're back. And much like how Greg has his problems with Cox Cable, I have problems with my system, my computer, where it cuts out every now and then. And then Dylan O'Donnell provides us with beer and jokes. That's it. We have our Northern Hemisphere team, we have our Southern Hemisphere team, and we switch up every season. You know, after the solstice, or the equinox, depending on which time you want to travel out there. You do that. You have your place up north, you have your place down south, and we all have a fantastic time. And it's great. You know, everything else is pretty much the same as communities go, but we just have the Astro rules that we have to follow. You know, any lights after sundown, they got to be red. I'm liking it. I'm liking this idea. You know, we'll get an airport as well. It'll be near airports, so it'll be sovereign land. We can no airplanes, only teleportation. That's right. Flights can only land during the day. That's it. No night flights. You travel to the south, you got to make sure that you are in perpetual daylight the whole time around there. That way you're not impacting your friends on either side of the hemisphere. Seriously, this idea is crazy enough to work. If anyone has a direct line to Elon Musk, or anyone else with billions of dollars who likes to try some zany stuff, all lights have to cross in front of the sun for every time for those tasty shots. Yes, we can all wave out the plane window. You see who can catch anybody waving out there. And maybe orbital habitats for astronomy streamers. That's it. There's all sorts of, you know, we're co-streaming all over the place, and just a big ass community. Oh, a girl can dream, can't she? That'd be lovely. Instead, we got this. We got clouds. That scope should be off. That cover should be off the scope. But what's tomorrow? Tomorrow is still looking good. Tomorrow is holding steady. Tomorrow is holding steady. And really, it's not going to be almost until tomorrow afternoon, early tomorrow afternoon, that we're going to know exactly what time we can start imaging. Until then, we need to reach Astrophotography to 100,000 subscribers. Yes! Don't forget, go to YouTube, search Astrophotography. You see his name down there in purple or green, depending on which screen you're using, or gray. I have 3 different monitors set up watching chat here, and you are purple, green, and gray. Like a weird Joker setup in here. Orange on my screen. There's no consistency with the screen name colors. But yes, give him a follow. Check out Astrophotography on YouTube. A massive help to the astrophotography community. It's almost as bad as my color grading. I don't know. That Andromeda was pretty sweet, though. That was a good one. I think doing this full time, that'd be interesting. Doing something like this. Let's not talk about how many hours went into that. All right, fine, we won't. But I'm going to hold up a number of fingers, and you. Supposed to do that, not a fade, not a snap to black screen. Several hours. I'm running out of digits here until I have to take off my socks. 8 sounds about right. Sounds good. That's not too bad. Combined between multiple attempts, multiple edits, multiple tries, color correcting it. And that's why I really when I'm doing the edits on here, they never turn out the same as when we sit down and just kind of work on an astro image on your own on the computer, and just having some kind of chilled music on in the background. What do you favor to listen to when you're editing, or do you listen to music at all when you're editing astrophotography images there? And then it took you another 2.5 hours to film the tutorial. That's like, you got almost like a full day to film it, and then how long to edit? Royalty-free music. Good. Mainly chill step, royalty-free, because I can use them in my videos. Perfect. I need to find some more ambient music as well for this. It's not that I'm getting bored of the music in here, but at the same time, let's expand the soundtrack as well. Have some more interesting music kind of coming through the speakers here. Being a tutorial is quite easy to edit, which I think it took about 45 to 60 minutes. Here we go on YouTube is a place I go to. Interesting. All right. Noted. Yeah, because even this music, I'm crediting Ben Sound for using these on the page, and that's kind of their stipulation. If you're not going to buy a license, at least give out the credit. I think that's a fair trade-off. I am thinking maybe if I was to be a little more courteous, which I probably should be, is somewhere have a little bit of a watermark somewhere lightly on here, just so I can say. I just DM my friend Hans Zimmer, and he takes care of the rest. I ping Howard Shore and a call now and then. That's it. Or just start our own record label as well. Just some space tunes. I wish my outtakes were more funny than me stuffing up talking every time. Like, you want like a pie to the face? Just kind of get your missus coming in. Just you have to stage some bloopers. I do have a video hiding around on the internet somewhere. Astrophotography has seen it, and I did enjoy the bloopers more than anything else, at least putting that reel together. If you guys can find it somehow. It's much like the Easter eggs. If you can find them, you can enjoy it. It would just be me restarting the sentence 20 times. Fair enough. Internet, come back. It's back. Internet is back. This is... It's widely inconsistent that the internet goes out on the computer here, because there have been some streams where it's happened like once and that was it. And I don't know if it's a setting that I'm choosing on here, or if it's just the computer itself that's doing that. But I'm really, really hoping that I'm going to be able to get this sorted out in the next couple of weeks. Oh, more. The Smeagol from last time, yes. Maybe we'll Kawaii Smoky. I don't know what that... I don't know. Spicy what? Echidna? Echinacea? Oh, the URL for that. I do like the way how Twitch puts out the URLs with something crazy on the end of it there. Echidna. Also, that's how a lot of people should probably spell their Twitch names. Give a phonetic spelling, because I butcher those even worse. When people follow and I feel so bad. I'm like, oh, you thought me interesting enough to drop a follow and I can't even say your damn name right. I think that would help out immensely. Or at least some, if I don't already kind of have an idea of who you are, at least some capitals to separate the letters. Otherwise, you're getting a really weird and interesting name that you didn't bargain for coming over here. Did you just crack something, maybe? Possibly. Was it loud? I do have a weird thumb. You guys want to see the weird thumb? It was that loud, eh? Yeah. Yes. I don't know how well it's gonna nerd mode on. Hang on. No, the internet cut out. Come back in. I'll wait for the internet to come back. Error 300. We're back. We're back. Good. So what'd you think about that? Isn't it crazy what a thumb can do? Can you believe that? Seriously. I can only do it like once. So, hopefully you guys saw that, because that was fantastic. Oh, stupid internet. Man, it only happens every 24 hours. We gotta wait for them. No. All right. Internet, stay stable. You see how weird things can get over here. It's a little far from astronomy, but my thumb does this. It even makes a sound, you can hear it. Wait, it gets better. That bar trick mojo. That crack was just pulling the thumb, kind of resetting things. But yeah, there we go. There's my weird thumb. Maybe that can be a channel point reward. Show us the thumb. God. See? Mixed Nuts Edition. You never know where things are going to go on here. But that's it. There is the... See, you're getting deeper into my mind here and seeing exactly what crazy stuff goes on. I just realized that in my audio of this vlog, I don't actually say the name of the scope. I just talk about its specs. You're so excited about things. That's what it is. You're so happy to be talking about the scope. I can't. You know what? I've never actually really shown you guys the scope that we're using in great detail. You see it in the camera. You see it in the security cam when the cover's off. But we never had like a really good look at things. Lux, you going to sleep? All right. Have a very good night. We hope to see you back tomorrow. And hopefully we have some clear skies so we can have some fun adventures looking at galaxies together. So we'll thank you very much for sticking around, and we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good sleep. Don't even think about ghosts, and it'll be great. This little beauty is a triplet apochromatic telescope. It's XYZ focal length with the reducer. It's this speed, etc. LOL. It's great. Check it out. That's it. Spread his name. Raptors are relying on this. You're close to 100K, right? Right? We just need you to get a few more followers there. I think there's an update that actually has come to for the Move tool that does that, so I gotta check that out. Not bad, just 93,000 subs away. Practically there. Raptors for everybody. It's a little far from astronomy, but my thumb does this. Some Englishman has bought all the raptors. Wouldn't that be a headline? Just like, boom! What it do, YouTube? Here's some raptors. We're gonna unpack. They're actual raptors. Nice clip, Mojo. There you go. You get space, you get astrophotography, you get some weird stuff going on here. 24-hour charity live stream, but it's all the same scope. All right, guys, we're opening up this Radiant Raptor now. All right, thanks for watching this unboxing. We're going to come up next as a Radiant Raptor. We're going to unbox. It's like a weird version of Groundhog Day that you're going to be doing. All right. I'm looking at the video. I don't know what's up with my audio. It didn't seem like it was. How hard is the computer working at the moment? 83%. OBS is taking up so much resources. Funnily enough, the scope I currently have for review is, depending on who you talk to, basically a Raptor. Which one do you have again? Is it a sharp star? Is it this one? There we go. That's so cute. Already the dovetail is too short. It does look a little snub. Did you put an extension? Did you put a larger dovetail on there? How smooth is that focuser? Juicy. Ooh. The lock is adequate. Interesting. It does look like a nice little compact setup there. .5, 335, that's not bad. Do you have the optional reducer? Has a built-in rotator. That's cool. That's always good. Lovely. I look forward to hearing more about your findings. I don't know what others. I mean, I still flip-flop back and forth between do I want an Osprey 100 or an Osprey 120, or maybe moving away from Skywatcher and looking at an Explore Scientific. Perhaps, I don't know. I mean, overall, I'm still happy with the scopes that I have at the moment, and we're doing pretty well with the 8-inch RC8. Sharpstar 61 reducer, ASI 183mm Pro ZWO 7-position filter wheel. Optolong filters, all of them, all the filters, give them all to you. ASI Air Pro and EAF. That is a very, very nice collection of equipment there. And do clouds affect you differently when you are reviewing equipment than if you're actually purchasing everything for yourself? Do the clouds come in a little... Do they come in from like a different direction? You know, you're only renting the equipment for review. If anything, they feel heavier. Oh no. No. Maybe if you get them to send it along with a fake invoice, maybe the clouds won't tell the difference, and then you might get lucky. The clouds can bugger off, and you can get some imaging time in there. Because at least then, you know, you can get underway with the new toys, right? Still got an SV305 to review, and that still hasn't left the box yet. Interesting. Don't think any of the main retailers in the UK carries bony stock. Now, is it, what do you got? AliExpress, UK, Banggood? I don't know. How do you find their product? I guess I've never had it cross my mind to check any of their stuff out. All right, another star that we're going to look at. It's a star, and ultimately the area where there'll be a couple of galaxies in the image that we're going to look at, but I want to look at a star tomorrow night, and that will be visible pretty much like right off the bat. So we're going to look at this one, see if we can find it on Stellarium. And you've heard me talk about this star in the past. They appreciated me, really. I found some of their filters on eBay and considered it, but they approached me for the SV105 and then the 171, now the 305. I mean, it's nice that that you give them some love, trying out something that's not exactly on, like, the I guess the main sequence products, as it were. But is there a larger market elsewhere for them in the world? Does that like, is it out of are they out of Europe, or are they out of the States? Probably big in Asia. Interesting. This star, simply because of its name, I want to image it. La Superba. It is 16 million light years away from our solar system. No, wait, that's not it. It's not on La Superba. Get on La Superba. I'm looking at a galaxy. That's wrong. La Superba is 1,000 light years away, not 16 million. Good Lord. Who needs them Arabic names? I mean, there's just something about this one. It has a beautiful poppy red tone, easy to see in 50mm binoculars. And because we're going to be shooting in broadband, that these colors should be a little more predominant, a little more vibrant, hopefully. We'll see how that's going to look. But I mean, just the name, La Superba. It's romantic almost. You want to look at this star and bring out your inner Antonio Banderas and just marvel at the star. Properties. Carbon stars are highly evolved cool red giants with atmospheres rich in carbon molecules. Most red giants and supergiants are richer in oxygen than carbon. Carbon stars reverse the ratio. The unusually deep red colors of these stars is the consequence of the efficiency of these carbon molecules in absorbing the star's blue light. My God, it's gorgeous. Canis Venatizi, yes. My name is La Superba. You erupted my father. Prepare to go nova. I do a good Spanish accent, thank you. Watch a lot of movies. I can parrot a lot of things. And that's generally how I kind of get by. But I think when we are imaging it, yes, that's all. Everything is going to be in a Spanish accent while we are imaging the star. Because it's important when you have such a name as La Superba. 320 parsecs away corresponds to 1,000 light years. The old balls. Hello, Pops. How are you today, Father? There is a video. You got the scope's name out. Perfect. No more B-roll. Parents are here. Hide the booze. Hide it. No. How you doing tonight, Pops? Booze? Bellinissima. How are you doing? Wait, you need full screen. The wrists for Bellinissima. Belle, how you doing tonight? Good. Doing well. Doing very well. We'd be doing a lot better if it wasn't so cloudy. But we make the most of it. We've been having a good time tonight. Lots of weird and wonderful topics have cropped up. But yeah, I need like better shortcuts for shout outs as well. There's at least two in there, Mojo Jojo and Bellinissima. Check them out whenever they're streaming. Always happy to share the love of friends of the channel. Just all kind of a lot of us spanning out from Nutty's channel, and seems to be the main cog of our wheel that's going on here. So it's always fun to see a lot of people in different communities kind of hanging out there. And I'm happy to see you guys hanging out in here as well. It's it's a little bit of a stray from some of the other streams that are kind of going on there. I'm glad you guys are hanging out, asking about questions about astronomy, astrophotography, or just sharing any stories of any relations that you've had with the night sky. Wait, that sounded wrong. Any encounters you've had with any visions you've had? No, that sounds wrong too. If you've looked up at the night sky, you're more than welcome in this channel. And like I said, there's always something new I'm trying to add to the channel. Tonight was still a little bit of modifications with the audio. So if things are off, I'm really working on trying to get this audio figured out here. And I think I may have to get, I don't know if it's voice meter that's mucking things up. I had relationships under the night sky. It was messy. Milky Way, am I right? When I hear Vision, all I think of is WandaVision and how it looks so boring. Have you watched any of WandaVision yet? I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued by how it's what they're going to do with it. You don't really like superhero movies, and it makes it even worse. Oh, you probably won't. Oh well, you know, that's. I guess it's not everybody's cup of tea. This is my cup of tea. It's coffee and it's empty. You've watched One Punch Man about 4 times now, though. I know of One Punch Man. Never watched an episode of One Punch Man. Cheers. Yes. I'm debating on whether or not I refill the coffee or not. Struggled to watch 1.5 episodes and you quit. It sucked. It's a different program. It is... It's not that I forced myself to watch the second episode, which was almost 40 minutes long. I'm hoping they're leading up to something different. Something else is going on with that there. We're not I can wait, internet. I can wait. Just don't know if everybody else is going to wait. Be a good internet. There we go. Hopefully you're not stuck with an ad. But yes, as far as WandaVision goes, it'd be interesting. I don't think we're... I don't think we're getting the full story of that series yet, so it can be a little confusing, I think, especially because they're only leaking out 1 or 2 episodes at a time. But it'd be interesting to see where they're going to be going with that series, and also if they're still waiting on Black Widow to be released in theaters, or if they're going to give up and just put it on Disney Plus as a premium option there. It'd be interesting. It looks like they might be introducing SWORD, which is kind of like the intergalactic version of S.H.I.E.L.D. Be interesting to see where it goes. Now, seeing where it goes in terms of how my internet is going, it keeps going in and out. So, not too sure how I should be... if I should be insulted by my computer or not for it constantly letting me down. Note your battery is empty. Uh-oh. No, don't shut down. Breathe. Are you happy now? There we go. Forgetting to plug things in can be a bit of a pain. And the worst part is when you're plugging in a device and it's not just really low on juice, and it's like just before you get the plug to the charger, it dies. You gotta wait for it to boot back up again. Just had a message from someone asking advice. Instead of modifying a Canon 400D, they just went off and bought a Canon EOS RA. Well, we should all be so fortunate to be able to get our hands on one of the cameras. How much does an EOS RA run for right now? Holy potatoes, 2,600 pounds, eh? About 2,300 on MPB. Yeah, direct from Canon. They want 2,600. Now, I mean, also the fact of the images that are coming out of this camera, if that's what you want to get, if you're going to be doing, if you want to use a DSLR over using a cooled astronomy dedicated camera, then that's fine. That's fun fact. I asked Canon UK and Ireland for one. They didn't give me one. Oh, Sag. Then they didn't have a demo version. You can get a 20 ASI 6200 for full frame for that price. I think so. I think it's about that. I mean, I would, after using a cooled camera, yes, I'm going to go for that. I'm going to go for the cooled option for sure. I'm just wondering on a setting I'm just thinking of right now for, should I even be touching these buttons during a stream? Probably not. No. It's fine. Can't change it anyway. No, I'm gonna have to go back eventually, not eventually, afterwards, and just see what is up with my audio again, because am I in sync? Are we seeing my lips moving with the sound correctly? Because I think so. The heck is he looking at over there? All right, it seems all right. I think I'm happy with that. It's just that I wonder sometimes about do I have a full grasp on OBS? No, I don't. Do I know exactly what's going on in Liorn board? No, I don't. But I'm getting by as best as I can with this technology. All right, the ASI 6200, what's the price comparison on that? Of course, it's not going to show them in stock anywhere for shopping. A little more. First Light wants 4,100. But they have two in stock. They got two in stock. We'll split one. We'll split one about 20 ways. Oh, it's the 2600 that's that price tag. Could you take the HTML off the reference and add reference AF? Could you imagine the amount of sugar I would be in with Mrs. Canuck if I just bought that camera? Couldn't do that yet. Which Canon would make a more affordable Astro cam that is APS-C? That's true. I mean, I liked the kind of the convenience of a DSLR, but at the same time, just this the T5i was nowhere near sensitive enough to be getting any short sessions sorted out there with Astro imaging there. The last APS-C was a 60DA. I'm bad with model numbers. But if Astrobeard says yep, then I'm gonna trust. We'll trust the beards. Yeah, ooh, it's on sale. The MM is on sale. Save a save a little bit on that there. That's money in the bank. We'll take two. $15 to 20 working days. I miss clear skies. I want these clouds to go away. If the clouds will go away for 2 weeks, that'd be great. Temperatures just a little, maybe like a couple of degrees below zero. Very low, dry air as well. That'd be fantastic. Next purchase is a larger secondary mirror for my Mac Newtonian. Interesting. What size is the secondary mirror right now? Yeah, it's a quick little stretch at the moment. I am still here. I can still see chat. Hello. I've just put my first light on 2600. Didn't have a full sensor coverage on the way I want. Fair enough. Have you done any processing with your with the first light there, or is it still very fresh? Oh, wait, sorry. I should at least. Have you done any imaging with the 2600, or is it still fresh? Hasn't been processed yet. I'll wait. All right. Are you done stretching? Yes, I am. All right, good. That could have been mildly disastrous. Yes, some. Nothing worth processing yet. All right, no worries. We do look forward to seeing those images. Maybe a smaller target I can crop in on. So is it a lot of vignetting that you're getting on there? Oh, I realized I had the wrong window up there for my bit. Although it was stretching, so it wasn't really meant to be a bit. Just do that. It's not just a smash to black. What was your first light target anyway? What were you shooting on there? Like my first with the 533, my first light was on the Pelican Nebula, I believe. And then over to the Crescent Nebula. I have to check the archives, see which one it was. It was either the Crescent or the Pelican. Nice. A few during the star party. Hey, first light on Orion. That's always good. Don't zoom in, right? That looks good. Nope. That is some really nice detail in there. That is really, really nice. How long was this integration? So I like the... And I would never put that on my Instagram. I like this area of Orion. Oh, internet. Maybe an hour or a little more. I mean, Orion is a tremendous target to be imaging. It's nice, and it can be nice and forgiving as well. That is. Yeah, for a little over an hour, that's some tremendous detail coming through there. So yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing what kind of damage you can do once you get your setup tuned just right. Because even in this one, that's a tremendous treatment there. You think you found your thumbnail for your video? Collimation was addressed after that shot. Yeah, it's all right. scope did what? Love your Explore Scientific, Comet Hunter. So that's what I'm thinking about. Do I was wondering earlier, do I kind of stray away from Skywatcher, or do I move over to, do I want to get an Explore Scientific for the next scope? I don't know. I feel like it's great to watch other like tutorial videos or just reviews on what people have been doing with their scopes, or even just seeing what kind of images are coming out of there. But it's also just another thing to be able to try out something and just give it a whirl and be able to get a better feel of things. I know it can be difficult with sometimes if you're reviewing scopes, much like how Astrophotography is doing his stuff. Check him out on YouTube. Get him 100,000 followers. I would like a Radiant Raptor. I'm holding him to that, and just being able to have enough time with the equipment. Been very happy with their products and service. I've heard nothing but good things about what everybody at Explore Scientific and how well Scott Roberts likes to treat everybody, and that's, you know, even just right there, just the amount of the customer service is, it's not becoming, but it is very important that you are providing the right level of customer service, and not to the point where you're just kind of appeasing people just for the sake of making sure they don't complain, but it's making them feel confident in their purchases and just happy to even just talk to you about anything that's kind of going on with Astro imaging. So it is good to see that a lot of people have more than good things to say about companies like Explore Scientific and OPT, and it's just that it's always good to hear when people are having a good time with their equipment, and you're not, if you have a problem, that someone is going to be out there to solve it for you, or even at least point you in the right direction. I really want to try the ED102 version. The carbon fiber version. Trevor put me on it, and I covet it. But then again, I would go Sharp Star for now, or Esprit. Love the Skywatcher brand, but I don't think I'm a brand loyal person these days. I use what gets the job done. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of tough to try to hold yourself to one brand, because there isn't going to be a one-stop solution, at one point and click. Anyway, you know what I mean? That everybody's going to be producing something that's going to give you a different outcome, a different goal you want to achieve there. So, I mean, it's some people do like to have all their equipment matching as much as possible, and I think the aesthetics of that can kind of outweigh the benefits of the equipment that you're trying to use. So you may not get the exact images that you want to be getting, but as long as your equipment is on fleek, I guess that's, if you want the scope to look good in showing off your rig, then yeah, go for it. I love the fact that the Sharp Star and the ZWO bundle is completely color matched. That's true. There is an image that Sean Nielsen put out of his Raptor and a QHY, and that was a wonderful color combination as well. So I'd like to try some more Celestron products as well. I only used the 127 SLT. But I would like to give an Edge HD try and see how that performs to another degree. Even a Rasa as well. I did toy with the idea of getting a Rasa, and I mean, price tag aside from how much that scope was, but I felt like, okay, yes, I was getting you'd be getting a much faster focal ratio with the scope, rather than, I have a 72 millimeter scope with the same focal length, but it definitely is nowhere near the light gathering capabilities of a Rasa. I just, in a way, I wanted to at least have a wide field, and I wanted to have a deep sky scope at hand. So it's which direction do I kind of go at this point? If I get an Edge HD, then that kind of can convert to, you can either do a deep field or wide field imaging with that, but then it's also the extra cost of adding a hyperstar on there as well. Again, it all comes down to costs and how many kidneys you have left over, right? So I think somebody setting up some kind of rental program would be interesting. It's not so much of just shy of 2,000 for a Rasa 8. Yeah, and I was, even after having the crummy internet, even after having the 8-inch, the RC8, I figured an 8-inch scope is pretty much about as large as I want to go on this mount right now. And until I have like a permanent setup, then I would definitely go for a larger scope, even at probably most likely a different mount. I would almost the idea of having an observatory set up when you can do a star party, we can have scopes that are permanently mounted, but then things like this one can be a portable kind of option that can kind of come out into the field and be able to use that for some imaging or whatever we're going to be doing with that. But yeah, definitely having a much larger scope attached to a permanent pier would be the way to go there. The performance to dollar of a Newtonian. I agree too. There was also some larger Newtonians I was looking at for a much cheaper price, or a much more cost-effective price. But also I'm looking at the space that I have where the scope is. A fair sized Newtonian would probably actually come very dangerously close to hitting the wall. So something like that was a little bit out of the question for the moment, until things can be a little more spaced out at the, no pun intended, a little more room to be had to get the scope set up in a much more comfortable position there. And I just realized there's a 400 millimeter focal length, and that's wide. Forgot how wide the Rasa is. That's the other thing. It's like the images that are coming out of the Rasa and the size of the scope. You would almost think that it's more of a longer focal length, but it is. You have such a wide field with that as well. And then coupled with that with a fast focal ratio, and it's that for doing something like this, I thought about it as well for doing this kind of channel, to be able to quickly get an interesting image coming through. That was the other idea I was toying with. Is a Rasa the way to go? Possibly. I've seen what Fraser Cain has done with his virtual star parties when he's using the OPT scopes out in the remote units that are out there, and they are using Rasas, and they are getting some pretty quick images coming through there. But for the most part, I've seen a lot more, not so much more technical issues that they've had running the scope, and I think they probably have a lot of things kind of sorted out at this point now. But yeah, for the sake of using a remote scope, I'd be lamented to use one live for a star party kind of session. Whereas at least then, with we're out here, it's I can walk out just 20 feet that way, and I can service the scope. I can fix the scope. Just ooh-woo. How you doing? Good to see you in here. How has your day been? How is your Friday? TGIF, am I right? One day I'm going to get one of Scott's carbon 8-inch newts. For now, I'll be happy with the carbon 152. That's all right. That'll be good. I just missed Putsy's stream, so F. Actually, it's Saturday. You're right. It is Saturday. Some people watching it's still Friday. I won't. We won't judge them for that. They still have to catch up. We are in the future at this point now. Didn't even notice the time. In the future. 7, 13, 21, 27, 36. And the bonus number, 2. If anybody wins, I do accept donations as a profit for lottery numbers. So you know where the button is down there. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. Appreciate seeing you guys in here. It has been for a cloudy night. It has been a really good time in here with you guys, and I appreciate you guys sticking around, hanging out, asking questions, and sharing your stories. It's always interesting to hear what you guys have on the go. It's 8:17 a.m. right now. Yeah, you're way ahead. You're farther in the future than I am. All right, Astrobeard, thank you very much for coming in. We're hoping that skies are going to be clear tomorrow night. The forecast is still holding true. I have multiple apps saying that we are having clear skies tomorrow night. So, looking forward to that for sure. Tomorrow night we will be hunting galaxies. Tomorrow night we are switching out the filter. We are no longer in the narrow band end of the visible spectrum. We're going broadband. We're allowing more light to pass through. We are allowing more photons to hit our sensor and create greater detail, greater color accuracy in our images. We'll be looking at galaxies millions of light years away. We'll be looking at M87, which is the galaxy that holds the black hole that was imaged in 2019. We'll see what we can get out of that galaxy. I'm not expecting anything spectacular, but at the same time, who knows what's going to pop out there. Pekka, how you doing? Welcome into the observatory. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. What galaxies will you be looking for? We'll be looking at all sorts of galaxies. We will be staring at some. We have a almost a meter long focal length, which is great for some of the galaxies. We'll be imaging the Pinwheel, the Big Zinc. What up? How you doing? Good to see you in here. Space is like an electron microscope. That it is. So yeah, we'll be looking at a few galaxies. Thanks for an awesome live. No worries. Good to have you guys in here. We are currently under clouds in the UK right now. However, tomorrow night is looking to be nice and clear. So there are tons of galaxies. We're the way how my back garden is set up and my viewpoint, we are looking out in interstellar space. We're no longer staring into the arm of the Milky Way galaxy, looking at some beautiful nebulae. We're going to be looking at galaxies whose light originated before dinosaurs roamed the Earth. Like some crazy stuff tomorrow. Hopefully everything is going to turn out well. If not, we have some fun doing it anyway. Doing great. Just got out my Star Adventurer. I loved my Star Adventurer. I was so happy with that. It's been sold on to somebody else who is showing it some love, but I enjoyed every moment with that there. Track stars is a whole new world. It totally is. I mean, this camera that I'm shooting with right now is on the tripod that I had shot images before with just some 20-second exposures that took forever to get any kind of wide field image out of. And as soon as I popped that on top of the Star Adventurer, just everything changed. It was a fantastic experience with that. And wide field imaging with a star tracker with a nice light camera setup, you can go. 9 minutes was my longest exposure, and granted, it was without a light pollution filter, and it was like completely beige, with a few stars kind of dotting around there. But still, it was forgiving enough that I got a 9-minute track on there. I didn't go for that often, but yeah, I think Star Tracker, the Star Adventurer itself, is a fantastic little bit of kit. And yeah, I would definitely look to get another one in the future. Just to once the setup can kind of change there. It's a little tight in my back garden at the moment. We have enough room for the EQ6R Pro and an 8-inch Ritchie-Chrétien telescope. Other than that, I've tried doing a dual rig setup and it just doesn't work. There's just not enough viewpoints there. I have a kit lens, but it's still really amazing shooting the Orion Constellation. I was using the kit lens as well. It worked out fantastic. So sorry, my connection cut off just when you were talking about the galaxies. Can you please mention them one more time? Yes, I can. I apologize if it could have been on my end as well. Sometimes the internet likes to crap out on me sometimes. But yes, tomorrow night we're going to be looking at M87. We're going to look at some of the galaxies in Markarian's chain. The Pinwheel Galaxy is on the docket as well. And we have about 6 hours, 6 or 9 hours worth of dark skies, clear dark skies tomorrow night. So that'll be pretty fun. Thoughtful Neanderthal, sup? How you doing? Good to see you back here. Good to see you in tonight. How are you? So yeah, we have there's quite a few galaxies that are going to be available. Some planetary nebulae as well, which will be interesting looking at some of them through going from narrowband to broadband. We had originally looked at Jones Embrams 1, which was also referred to as sometimes the Headphones Nebulae, which is a planetary nebula in the Lynx constellation. This was with a narrowband imaging, and we should be able to shoot it tomorrow night in broadband and see it in a little bit of a different, maybe some more stars are going to be visible around this area of nebulosity. So we can see right at the middle. There we go. Maybe we have some light pollution still interfering on things. But yeah, there's the star, the catalyst at the middle of all this planetary nebula. So that'll be one of the targets tomorrow night. Mixed nuts? Yeah, just a mixed bag of topics. It's a cloudy night. We don't always know where things are going to go. We've been earlier on talking about generation starships being able to travel to the Andromeda Galaxy. Would you want to be part of that mission? Would that be something that would interest you in starting that journey for mankind to a new galaxy? Being on a ship, traveling 2.5 million light years towards the core of this galaxy. Oh, I didn't know the slang. Yeah, there's maybe we don't even have any peanuts or walnuts or anything like that. I do apologize. Snacks are not provided for this stream. I am sorry for that. Maybe one day through technology we'll be able to share. But yes, so yeah, no real fixed topic. There's a general subject, but there are many times when if I have a certain subject or a certain topic in mind, it can quickly go off the rails sometimes in a good way, which is I'm totally happy for, to be able to just have some free-flowing ideas. We are contemplating on trying out an Astro City. 2 locations, somewhere in the northern hemisphere and somewhere in the southern hemisphere. We want to build 2 cities that are astrophotography centric, or just astro imaging, visual astronomy, safe, clear skies, no light pollution. Everybody is there for the same purpose. Just like a regular community. However, the rules are that you have no lights on after 3 p.m. Any lights that are have to be red, so you're not impacting your night vision. Crazy little things like that just kind of crop up there. So we have our Astro City project, which will be on 2 separate continents, 2 separate hemispheres. We have our we have our astrophotography reality show that we're trying to develop. So yeah, never know where the ideas are going to go. Whether or not we execute them is a totally different story. But you never know who's listening, who's gonna put those projects into motion, and who's going to be the capitalist to fund these zany ideas that we've come up with on this little channel. Yeah, also not limited to galaxies. We are aiming to image one of my favorite named stars of La Superba. It's one of those beautiful stars that you just cannot help but break out your Antonio Banderas impression. It's about 1,000 light years away, or 320 parsecs if you're being technical. It's poppy red. It's very bright. It's unusually deep red. These stars is consequence of the efficiency of these carbon molecules in absorbing the star's blue light. Looking forward to imaging this star. Both space and travel and city. Maybe in Atacama was mentioned. I did talk about that. So we need to pick two locations on Earth. Some modern conveniences as well. We want to. We still want to have running water. We still want to have showers and toilets and Starbucks. All the important things. We need to. We'll flip our sleep schedule. I would love to pop into Andromeda, but my feeble human body is failing already and will only allow a little more time to appreciate the surrounding world and the universe in awe. I'd rather spend that special time on my favorite planet. Well, whether we're here for a long time, for a short time, any chance of being able to wonder at the night sky, if you're in an area where you have too much light pollution or you just can't get out and look at the night sky, that's what I want to be able to do here on this channel, is to share it with you guys in any way, shape, or form. And being able to look at the Andromeda Galaxy in such detail. These are single images that we're taking on here. We're not doing a lot of image processing. We're just taking single images with a 8-inch telescope, an astronomy dedicated camera. And for the most part, the images turn out pretty interesting. And this is one of my favorite shots of the Andromeda Galaxy because there's just so much detail. The core isn't completely washed out. We got some great gradients in between the core and the inner rings. We're starting to see some detail in there. So I like that we're able to look at something 2.5 million light years away together. And it's not limited to just distant objects. We are looking at things that are relatively close. I think one of my favorite images that have come up of the Orion Nebula, one of those targets for me, hasn't been totally accessible just due to the new position of the scope, my neighbor's trees, my neighbor's house. So to have a little bit of time on this nebula was a welcome sight. And it's not long. This was about 3 minutes, because this nebula is close to Earth. It's extremely bright. You can see it with your naked eye if you're looking at the 3 stars of Orion. So it's just one of those satisfying targets to be looking at there. Do I have Pluto? No, I do not. I have not had a chance to image Pluto. The plane of the ecliptic does kind of cross my back garden. So we have imaged Mars. We have looked at Uranus as well, and seen its some of its larger moons, which was an incredible shot. Not even thinking that we could get something like that. And I love Orion. It's incredible, is it not? Like, it's just one of those targets that works out so well for beginners, and the treatment that's done by experienced astrophotographers has been amazing. That a lot of the detail that's hidden in here, because that core is extremely bright and it's easy to overexpose that, but at the same time you do want to be able to get all that surrounding nebulosity, all that beautiful detail of this star forming region. And even still around this area, that there's still more detail to pull out. So this was like my first nebula that I did shoot about 4 years ago, and it's still my favorite. I mean, there's other ones that look absolutely fantastic, and I think it's maybe because of the brevity that I have with this target, that it's not always as easy to pick out. Not necessarily not so easy to pick out. It's not easy to access, just the way how my garden is set up there. You can see the constellation with bare eyes. Yes, it's just it's one of those areas in the night sky that even if you have no binoculars, nothing else, just looking up, you can see it, which I think is absolutely incredible. Looking at the Orion Nebula last night with some 15 by 70 binos, it was quite enjoyable. I think it's. I mean, when I looked at it with my first telescope, it wasn't very fast, but just being able to see the trapezium, that central cluster of stars that's illuminating that core. You can't type, you're too excited. There's a clip that I had there is of when this image first came through. I wasn't expecting it to be visible at that time of night there. It was just an offshoot chance that we were going to be able to see this target. So it was needless to say, there was quite the expletive that was let loose on there, but I think rightfully so. Look, I mean, it's a gorgeous target. Hey, Ma, you're still here. Thanks for hanging out with us. Oop, cheers. My first telescope was the Celestron T70, and yep, looking at the Orion Nebula with that mind-blowing, life-changing moment there, which is very theatrical but true. It just changed, like, same thing. It changed my whole perception of what's out there, what we can see, because what I saw out of I cranked my ISO on this camera up to ISO 12,000. That's as high as this one goes, just because I wanted to see what was out there. Like trying to find the Orion Nebula, I could just see the trapezium cluster. I could just see those stars in the center. But then doing that exposure for just 20 seconds on the highest gain setting on the camera, and what came out of the other end of that imaging train was incredible. And yeah, just it's insane. It's wonderful to be able to get these images that, you know, like 20, 30 years ago was going to be almost impossible to get something this quick and in this much detail. You know, it's been said before, we're in a golden age of astronomy, and there are so many more wonders to see. Pardon me. I'm so excited. So many more wonders to see, and just the accessibility of being able to image in your back garden is amazing. And just the filters that have been coming out that are allowing us to see these objects and punching through all that light pollution that's causing all sorts of headaches. You know, there's very little that we're unable to see now. And sometimes a lot of the targets we're going to have to spend a little more time to get the detail out of there. But stuff like this, targets like the Orion Nebula, the Rosette Nebula, they're nice and bright and vibrant objects to see in the night sky, and they rarely ever disappoint. There is a Rosette Nebula that again was another one of those targets that and this is the central area of the Rosette Nebula. Not too far away, you know, in terms of visually from our vantage point from the Orion Nebula. Not as bright, but it is, with the right filter, you're going to see a lot more detail kind of coming through on this. So this is the whole nebula itself is about 130 light years in diameter. This central section that we're looking at right now is 30 light years across. And it doesn't fit that well in this sensor and telescope focal length, but at the same time, we're seeing a lot more detail. And these little cooler sections of the nebulosity, these little Bok globules, these tiny little clouds like right here, that are kind of separated from the nebulosity and are cooling down, are those that can eventually form protostars and hopefully form, if the gravity and composition is correct, that we're going to be able to get more detail, that they could eventually form protoplanets around there and be their own stars forming in these regions. So that's another one of my favorite parts of nebulae, are these smaller little molecular clouds that are referred to as Bok globules. So there's no shortage of amazing things that we get to see in the night sky. And I am looking forward to tomorrow night when we are going to be looking at galaxies, and they're going to be much farther away. They're not all going to be as bright as these nebulae, but at the same time, it's because these are thousands of light years away, whereas some of the galaxies we're going to be looking at are millions of light years away. I'm just trying to find a previous galaxy that we've shot. Where is... There's something like Bode's Nebula, M81, which is about 12 million light years away. It's one of the larger galaxies that we can see, so it's a little more rewarding to look at. There's some galaxies that are going to be a little tinier tomorrow night. But again, another island unto itself of stars and planets. You know, this is what we like to image on here. And whether or not it's going to be a really good image you know, they're not all going to be good. Some objects do require a lot more integration time. We're doing like 10 minutes, 16 minutes maybe tops on a lot of images, just to get as much detail out of there, absorb as many photons into the camera sensor so we can get more detail, cut out all that noise that's associated with long exposure images, and just be able to see some incredible shots of the of our universe, of our cosmos. Yes, Messier 81 for Bode's Nebulae. Yes. It's right next door to M82, which is the Cigar Galaxy. Sometimes I get them flip-flopped every now and then. But yeah, that's another one of those targets that I have imaged in several different focal lengths. And when I first shot it at like 300 millimeters, I thought it was like the really like the coolest image I've ever seen. And then eventually, you know, getting closer, getting more resolution, and just in terms of improving the cameras, you know, it's incredible seeing these images. And also, I will image Bode's tomorrow night as well, just to give a difference in filters. I am going to be using a different filter tomorrow night. This filter is better designed for imaging nebulae. Pardon me, because the spectral lines coming out of nebulae are the more interesting ones are in a very, very narrow end of the visible spectrum, whereas galaxies, they contain. It's better to image them for a broadband view, because there's going to be more detail in the stars. The stars are going to shine through a little better in a broadband image. However, the trade-off with shooting this in a narrow band is that all these little, I know it's a little fuzzy, but all these little pink dots around here are nebulae, much like the Orion Nebula that we were just looking at, much like the Rosette Nebula, but within this galaxy, 12 million light years away. So there's always a benefit, always that trade-off there. And yeah, seeing that hydrogen alpha line, those red, that's in the visible spectrum, that's just towards the Roy part of Roy G. Biv. And that's with that 533, that ASI 533. See, a tremendous camera that has served us very well on this channel, which came highly recommended by Astropharsography. And yeah, I was happy to just snap that camera up. Too busy Googling. Can you show the red dots again, please? Yeah, no problem. Now, there's also, I'll remember that. We're going to look at the red dots, and then there's another idea that I had earlier today. I think that's about this is a screenshot, so it's not as, but all these little kind of pinkish red points of light are nebulae within that galaxy. Another one I do have is M33, the Triangulum Galaxy. Where are you at? This one was taken earlier in the evening, so it is a little washed out. However, again, the galaxy, 2.5 million light years away, we are seeing this one. This galaxy is very, very active, which is fantastic for getting all these areas of nebulosity to show throughout with this filter. It looks a little different when you're imaging with a broadband filter. These aren't as prominent. They don't separate as well, but it's if you do have a filter that is just for hydrogen alpha for that single wavelength, and there goes my internet again. Right. For that hydrogen alpha, that's gonna, add that vibrancy to your image. And there we go. Here's a fantastic image of Bodes and the cigar galaxy from astrophotography. This is the same camera that we were using. I did nick the used review camera, so it's kind of fun to see what this camera is actually capable of for when you're purposely doing a astro imaging session and putting it to purpose rather than these single exposures. This is how long was this integration again? Because I mean that both of them, like the hydrogen alpha treatment on there is tremendous. Yeah, so this is what the camera that I'm using, this is what it's capable of when you put it to purpose and doing multiple images rather than just one. Because when you stack those images on top of each other, you cut out a lot of that noise that is just inherent with a long exposure. Even if we are cooling the camera to sub-zero temperatures, you're just not going to be able to get as smooth an image from one single shot. You can try. Some images that I've done have come out really well, and sometimes I don't know why they do. So if there should be if you're on a little heart that will allow you to follow us, depending on if you're on mobile or if you're just on your PC. There should be a little heart down the bottom somewhere. But yeah, a lot of these like all the images that we kind of take on this channel are, unless it is on our rainy day astronomy, then it's a single shot trying to get as many images as possible. So you got about 3 hours almost of HA. Oh, you're following. There you go. So I think it's gonna be hectic sometimes. So 10 hours of broadband, and then 3 hours. So 13 hours total on this image. There you go. There's to get as much detail as possible that you want to spend as much time as you can on these images to pull out all that detail. So I have my fingers crossed to remember, Pekka, what you were asking about, just to look at some of the red dots. There is an extension available for Twitch, which is I guess called Heat Map. And it's one of those things where you can actually, I haven't seen it in action yet. It was with Sushi Dragon and DJ Teo, who use it on their channels. And it just kind of allows you yourself to point out certain areas on the stream. So I'm going to look at that extension this weekend, because with something like this, when we are looking at these images, and I can say, if you look at all the time, my mouse it doesn't always show on every image. And if I'm referring to a certain area of nebulosity, maybe it doesn't show. Or if you guys see something that's kind of interesting on there, saying, what's that up in the upper right corner? And it might be like, oh, here, where, there. it's an option that that I can see where you guys are pointing on here. So I'm going to look at it, at implementing that extension this weekend. So it is in the session, these images that we're looking at. If you guys see something that's kind of cool, something that I may not be explaining or just kind of pointing out, I'll see what you guys are looking at as well. So I think that's a nice little additional bit of interaction on the channel here. We do have our channel points. We do have, there's the chat to to voice your questions and opinions and everything like that. There are some Easter eggs as well on the channel. So just certain chat commands. Not a lot of people are aware of what they are, and that's a bit of the mystery as well. I am a video game nerd. I am a pop culture freak. I love movies. All those little bits and pieces that are kind of hidden within layers of video games and movies and things like that. I like to hide those things on the channel as well. So just trying to add as many layers to this whole experience as possible. And I think adding that next level of interaction that allows you guys to point out anything that might seem a little interesting, you might want a little further explanation on. I think that's going to be a little interesting there. Can I ask, what is the best star map to use for the current sky view? Celestron has a Sky Safari app on the phone, which works out really well. There's a free version that I've used in the past. I did upgrade to the paid version, and that kind of allows me to store just telescopes and camera sensor sizes on there, so I know what I can look at in the sky. If you're looking at something on the computer, Stellarium is a good program, and that is this one here. That gives you a pretty good idea of the pretty good details of the night sky. It'll point out targets. You can pick your sensor size. This little red square is our sensor. So at least we know what we can fit in the frame. And this works well on desktop, but yeah, if it's for me, I've used the Sky Safari app, the free version, for the longest time, and that worked out really well on my phone. Because also then you can tilt your phone up at the sky, and it will show you what it is you're looking at there, so you got a bit of a better idea rather than just kind of back and forth between your phone. So for anybody else who's kind of used any of the Sky Map, the Sky View programs, if you use something different, let us know in there. Stellarium, correct. That's free software as well. Checking out Sky Safari, no problem. Happy to at least, even if I can't give you guys the right answer, if I can at least kind of narrow your focus and point you in the right direction, I'm happy to be able to do that there. And if not, there's always some people in the chat who are into astrophotography and astronomy as well, who will have different experiences with programs, and yeah, just maybe some different processes along the lines of astrophotography. So yeah, it's a nice community that's been built up, and that's kind of putting it mildly. You guys are absolutely fantastic for the response that I've been given. Those who have followed, those who have done some courtesy follows and have come back for more. Those who have come in on raids and just dropped a follow, and I see you again and again. It can be tough sometimes to discover something new on on Twitch, because it doesn't always allow, Twitch doesn't allow for the greatest amount of discoverability. And sometimes just there is no, we need a subcategory for astronomy. I think that is incredibly important that we have, there's like there's a tag for like everything else that people are interested in on Twitch. But there isn't even one for space. There isn't one for astronomy. I won't fight too much on astrophotography because that can be very specific. But I mean, astronomy in general, you know, there's going to be people interested in this. There probably can't be many or any people who don't look up at the night sky and wonder a little bit more about what's up there. Or just even, you might even just see a shooting star. You might see a meteor coming through the atmosphere. You know, it's just trying to have another level of discoverability. And, you know, I've only been doing this since October. You know, my clout is very non-existent at the moment. But I am hoping that there are others who are involved in astronomy and space exploration, and those who cover rocket launches, those who like to talk more in depth about astronomy, that they can be the advocates to push that addition of at least that one little category. That I think that would help out incredibly. That'd be incredibly beneficial to add astronomy or even space to the tags that we can put in on our channels there. And that way, those who are mildly interested in astronomy, they have that outlet. They have that other chance to find something a little more interesting on Twitch. I mean, there's tons of stuff to see. There's like endless amounts of people playing video games and those who are sharing stories. And what we want to do, we want to share the night sky. That's what I want to do for you guys. If you're in an area where you have too much light pollution, you just can't even see a full moon. There's that much light pollution. Where you can only see like a handful of stars. It's tough. Like, if you're in more of a, a country area, you're able to see more. You can see the bands of the Milky Way much more clearly. You can see more star clusters as well. So yeah, if there's astrophysics as an attack, I'd be happy with that as well. I can't see the full moon. Yes, I've had that problem when I lived on the sun for a time. That's a cute puppy emote. But yeah, so something like that is just that little bit extra that can help some of us find some more space. You know, I think it's incredibly important. Sometimes that it can be very therapeutic as well as mind blastingly existential terror sometimes that space can be. I currently am listening to Paul Matt Sutter's book of How to Die in Space, and that is a trip. I'm just under halfway through, and yeah, there is like no chapter that doesn't involve some sort of existential dread of what is out there in the universe, what is out there to do you in. But also, he is a very entertaining host for the book as well that he has written. So that was good. All right, time for me to let the Astro dog out to toilet and then hit the sack. Astrophotography, Rosine, dude, thank you very much for hanging out with us tonight. I appreciate that immensely. For those of you who are not following Astrophotography on YouTube, hurry up. Get him to 100,000 subscribers. That is our goal for 2021. Some way, shape, or form, hell or high water, we are getting you to 100,000. Not because I want a Raptor Radian from you for some reason, but just help a brother out, right? But yes, give Rosine a follow. He has some fantastic videos on YouTube, some incredible astrophotography. You can find him by the same name on Instagram. You can find me on Instagram by the same name of Astro Canuck. For those of you who are new to the channel, and I apologize for my rudeness, I am Tom, I am the Astro Canuck. I'm living in the east of England and sharing the night sky with you as often as possible when we don't have clear skies. This is what we do. We have some rambling on about astronomy and astrophotography and all sorts of wonders of the universe. Do I publish on other platforms as well? I do. On YouTube, I save these VODs for any future reference, and still haven't really done any YouTube videos specifically. I do have a couple in mind, but at the same time, I enjoy Twitch because I do not have to do any editing at the end of the day. We will hang out here, we'll have a good time. It's live, it's dynamic. I'll hit stop streaming and then pack things up and go to bed. I do post images as well on Instagram, Twitter. You'll see that kind of pop up here every now and then, or on the links way down below, depending on what platform you're on. And yeah, it's we have a Discord channel, which should be just up on the chat there right now. And we got all sorts of people posting their images. I don't have Instagram. No worries. It is not the be all and end all for communications there. It's more of just some images I'll throw on there as well. Twitter is what I use for making the announcements of when things are going live. Tonight was not really announced. It was kind of a not so much impromptu, but it was a low key Friday evening stream. Am I on TikTok? I am not. I wouldn't even know where to start on TikTok. I do see some astronomers who are on TikTok as well. I don't know. I don't know if it's for me. Maybe it is. It's always worth exploring. Never know what kind of fun can be had on there. Always happy to explore something new. Try something out. Try something that's a little out of the comfort zone, right? I think you'd be amazing on TikTok. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do what I can on here. Hopefully you guys are mildly entertained and you guys are sticking around for all sorts of different content. You never know exactly what's going to crop up. I think the newest thing was that a lot of you have discovered that I have a very weird thumb. No way related to astronomy whatsoever, but my thumb is a little double jointed. It makes a sound. That's its sound. It makes a motion. That's its motion. And there's a crazy, weird little thing you probably didn't expect to see tonight on Twitch. See money! That's fun. You never know what you're going to expect. You never know what to expect on here, right? How you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. We are under heavy clouds. Doing well. How about yourself? Not too bad. It would be a little better if the clouds would go away and we could do what we do on this channel. But for now, it's been really fun hanging out with you guys. It's been a tremendous evening. We are kind of reaching the end. But if you guys are just new to the channel, we do live astrophotography for the most part. That is the whole purpose of this channel. This telescope over here in my back garden is usually uncovered. Scandalous, I know, right? And we're imaging stars, we're imaging nebulae, globular clusters, galaxies. Tomorrow night is set to be clear. Tomorrow night is looking to be clear from about 8 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time. We have clear skies forecast. Nice, calm, clear weather. And we have 3, 6, 9, about 9 hours of dark skies available to us. Whether or not that whole time is going to be taken up with imaging, or if we're going to pick a project to do a few hours on, we'll see how that goes. But yes, tomorrow night is looking to be promising, which is fantastic. What's your dream nebula and galaxy to shoot? The Orion Nebula, which we saw a little earlier, that's what I love to image. I would love to really image the Tarantula Nebula in the southern hemisphere. I want to have a crack at that area of the night sky. You just need a mountaintop and a house above the clouds. Yes, that's it. Is that too much to ask? High altitude, arid conditions. Very, very little atmosphere between me and the cosmos. That's what I want. Is that too much to ask? I don't know. We do have ideas. Maybe build an astrocentric city. My dream and my galaxy to shoot. I do fancy the Pinwheel Galaxy. I think that target fits really, 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 really nice in the sensor, and that'll be one of the targets for tomorrow. Now, it won't quite look as vibrant, but we should get some fairly decent structure on this target tomorrow night. So yeah, it just fits so nicely in this whole sensor size. It'll be the first time I've imaged this galaxy with the latest telescope and camera combination that I've acquired in the past few months. So it'll be a little bit of a departure from shooting with this DSLR camera, which is not as efficient of imaging the night sky as the Astronomy dedicated camera is. So we'll be really interested to see how that comes out, because even down here below, the third one down there, that is the Triangulum Galaxy. So which is 2.5 million light years away, although the Pinwheel Galaxy is was that 20 million light years away? Is that right? It's much farther away. It's much more massive of an object. 23 million light years away. There we go. So this galaxy is much farther than the Triangulum, but also it takes up about the same amount of space. So you can hopefully gauge that this is a much larger structure out there. So that'll be one of the targets for tomorrow night. We have quite a few in mind, and yeah, depending on just how the conditions are, we'll be able to maybe try out something new. And hopefully I'll have that heat map sorted out as well, so you guys can at least point out things on the images there if there's something interesting that you want a little further explanation on. We can see how that goes. But yeah, it's been an interesting evening for one that I didn't know how it was going to go. We never know how these rainy day astronomy sessions are going to turn out, because it's just it can be a little bit of a coin toss sometimes. Although I'm happy to always talk about astrophotography and astronomy, and I'm always trying to learn more about what's out there to better explain to you guys what it is we're looking at. Because I don't want to BS anybody. I don't want to give out the wrong information. So if I don't know what it is, it just gives me an opportunity to go back out and do a little more research. I do have reliable sources of my information as well. So I'm not getting things from BuzzFeed or the Independent newspaper or things like that. So yeah, I want my information to be as factual and as correct as possible. So if you guys are telling your friends some really cool space facts, that you're giving them some genuinely accurate, really cool space facts. How did you get interested in astronomy? It was, as far as I know, as long as I've been looking at magazines. I think as I was a kid, looking at National Geographic and seeing the images from the Hubble Space Telescope, and just wondering about what is it I'm looking at? Why are these colors why is it so colorful? And later learning that they are modified color palettes with the Hubble images, just to kind of highlight different areas in in different ways. But a lot of the images that we take with the filters that we have, it is pretty much an RGB, a red, green, and blue, and it is basically almost a true color image of what the camera is seeing. If we look at it with our eyes, looking at some nebulae, it appears pretty gray. You know, our meat cameras are ridiculously inefficient at processing images of space, whereas cameras can expose for much longer and just get better color detail. So yeah, it's as color accurate as possible of what would be, you know, if we could see like a camera of what is out there. Are you self-taught or did you go to school for this? It is largely self-taught. The internet is buffering. I'm still here. Oh, internet, how dare you? So yeah, I will buffer my answer for a second here while we're waiting for anything to kind of catch up. And if you kind of come in at the end of the question, ask me again and I will answer it. Are you self-taught or did you go to school for this? Largely self-taught. I would say almost entirely self-taught on this. I do have self-teaching guides for astronomy, something that would be used in schools, in education. So I am following that line of information, and also just paying attention to those who are well respected within the astronomy community, and following those who are well experienced in the astrophotography community, and just picking up tips from them and trying to make them my own as well, and just mushing them all together and coming up with a bit of an explanation for what you guys are seeing, what I'm doing here. Oh, internet. Just in case. Still here if there's an error. You guys, you use filters to capture the colors, or are they all in one shot? This is a one-shot color camera that I'm using. I have a filter that is it's a narrowband filter that is only letting through very, very specific slivers of the visible spectrum for some of these images. Let me bring this up here. I'm going to use the Orion Nebula because it's awesome as an example. The Orion Nebula is it's an emission nebulae, and the filter that I'm using is designed to capture all these details of gas and having the dust that's interfering with what we're seeing. You know, this filter is designed to cut out the light pollution, and it's designed to highlight all these areas of the hydrogen alpha gas, the oxygen 3, which is doubly ionized oxygen, and hydrogen beta, which is those last two are kind of near the blue end of the visible spectrum, and the hydrogen alpha near the red end of the spectrum. So that's like the two main lines that we're looking to capture. If you're looking at a galaxy, it's not that great with this filter. Tomorrow night, I'm using a different filter, which lets through more of the visible light, but still cuts out the light pollution given off by the streetlights. So you're still able to see nebulae, but it wouldn't be, looking at the Orion Nebula with the filter tomorrow, it wouldn't be it'd be a little bit, the colors would be a little different, because you were just letting more light through. So this was and because Orion is so bright, it's a fantastic target for beginners. and it's a tremendous target for those who are experienced in astrophotography, and because the core is incredibly bright. But all these other areas are very faint, so you need that long exposure, but you also need to do a shorter exposure to get that middle. So it's a bit of a trade-off with with the exposure settings on there. So it does take some time to get a proper image of the Orion Nebula. That's awesome. Gorgeous. Yes, I love it. This is like one of my favorite nebulae. And it's kind of blocked by my neighbor's trees. It's blocked by my trees and my neighbor's houses. The trees I could take care of with money. The neighbor's houses I can take care of with a bulldozer. But I don't have access to one of those, so I'm gonna have to settle for a buzzsaw at the moment. So yeah, that's the some of the images that we can kind of expect to come out of the other end of the camera here. Sub incentive for bulldozer. That's it. We're raising money for a bulldozer because my neighbors are just in the way. No. Subs and bits and donations, they're always appreciated, but never is it necessary for this channel. Any money that does ever come in from this channel does go towards astrophotography gear. It's nothing, the peripherals of what's helping me broadcast, that's all. That's just on my end to worry about. If you guys are helping out with the channel, and I want to be able to give back in the way of bringing you guys more interesting images of the night sky. Like I said before, it's never necessary, but that's where things go. That is what I want to do with any of the monetary support that comes through. Just you guys hanging out and even though the people who are lurking, those who are asking questions, it is that's what's really appreciated. Just seeing you guys kind of come in and hang out, and those who come in on a raid and realize that there's more to see in this channel. Hey, OMG, it's Pinky. Pinky, how you doing? How are you doing tonight? Good to see you. Do you enjoy reading science fiction? If so, any good reads lately? Gosh, what is the last... To my mind, the last science fiction book I read was The Andromeda Strain by Michael Crichton. That was years ago. A lot of the books that I kind of been reading / listening to has been books by Paul Matt Sutter, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Jim Al-Khalili, basically other astronomers who are, sharing their views and their insight of the cosmos, and just that's me just trying to absorb as much as possible. Doing good. Literally just passing by. Is it so late now? Yeah, it's 1 a.m. 1 a.m. for us. So sorry I can't stay. No worries. I am going to kind of start to wrap things up as well. So. But yeah, you guys are in here. If you want to stick around for the raid, I am looking for someone to send you guys over to, and I have the perfect person to send you guys over to. So if you guys want to stick around for the raid, we're going to send you off to one of the most underrated, undiscovered treasures of Twitch. I'm going to send you guys over to Lost Prophet. What do I have for channel point rewards? I have 6. 4 of them are very interesting. 2 of them are very bland for now. He has 50 options for channel point rewards. He has the most interactive stream I've seen in quite a while. He's fantastic. He is a great streamer to hang out with. And he is so much fun. I will get that raid set up. I'd appreciate if you guys stick around for that, because Lost Prophet I am science fact. He is science fiction to a whole new level. He does gaming. He does all sorts of crazy stuff on that. So yeah, I'm building him up. He's reached the max. He has reached the max amount of channel rewards. You can't get any higher than 50 right now. So I would imagine he's going to be petitioning Twitch to allow for more options there. Do I go live often? Yes, I do. I try to go often. Whenever there's clear skies, I'm going to be streaming. Saturday nights are pretty much at 8 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time are the rainy day astronomy sessions where I will do some image processing, and we'll kind of do the same idea of hanging out on here and chatting about astronomy, astrophotography. Hey, Pops, Uncle Al is trying to sign in. Hey, if he does make it in, he's got like 5 minutes before we wrap this thing up. If not, we'll be back tomorrow night, same-ish time, doing some live astrophotography. So yes, my schedule changes weekly. I will put information up on the Discord channel. I will put information on the schedule here on Twitch, and I will be going over to that is Lost Prophet. That's who we're going over to. I'm going to set that rate up right now. And it's mostly weather dependent for our imaging sessions, but for things like this where we're just kind of hanging out and shooting the breeze about astronomy, it's mostly kind of Friday, Saturday, Sunday, sometimes during the week. I do have an IRL job that is graphic design, and I am sitting in front of this setup the whole day. So, sometimes you do need a bit of a break from things. So yes, that has been the evening. That has been an incredible evening with you guys. I appreciate it so much. You guys are absolutely fantastic. It's great to see a lot of people there. Also, sir, I apologize. Check out OMG, it's Pinky as well. She is a fellow Islander in the UK who is doing some fun gaming. Really great energy on her channel as well. Check her out when you can. Fun stream, man. Very, very interesting stuff. Thank you. Pinky, no worries. You're entertaining. You're very, very wonderful to hang out with. So yeah, it's been fantastic. Thank you. I appreciate that. You guys are fantastic. We're going to set up the exclamation raid 1 for those who are subscribers, exclamation raid 2 who are not subscribers to the channel or should come to the stream earlier. No worries. Like I said before, whether you guys are here for a long time or a short time, it means a lot to me that you guys are hanging out and just enjoying the cosmos with me. So yeah, that is our raid message. Give that a copy. We're going to send you guys over to Lost Prophet. Let me spell it right. Prophyt. I don't want to muck up a raid. There we go. We're ready to go. All right, guys, stick around for the raid. Appreciate it very much. We're going to the undiscovered treasure of Twitch, the diamond in the rough. You guys have been absolutely fantastic. I look forward to seeing you guys back tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time-ish, and about and abouts. We'll be doing some live imaging, and yeah, you guys are absolutely fantastic. Once again, I have been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Have a very, very good evening, and we will see you guys soon. Take care.